Sozinho.
이거는 그만한 뭘
Sozinho.
내가 막 우리 시간에 요원에 그냥 뭐가 있었어요.
Sozinho. Não.
what's up? Alright, connection.
Nescript notori.
Yeah?
Ndinescript.
Yeah, script.
Ndinento monologue, ne?
Yeah,
And
okay.
I to introduce us into the game.
Okay.
And then the father when I go.
What?
Yeah. Like the cuts as well. Don't say in like the first 3 days. Yeah. And then you're a big fan.
It's fine. Go work.
Sure. Ubufundile ezawezothidlela manje.
Can't call this too.
Athethe into
Like what?
mostly ezande bebezithetha kuzivithi bathethile yakhumbula. Yeah. But benzendlela mina sondizibone namhlanje bekuseni.
Okay.
Ndilele ngo-9 ufika kwami. So and then bathi bazobhala ne-code of conduct. Bazi intoni ezenziwayo nentoni ezingenziwayo.
Okay.
Then Thongo uzaba khona namhlanje.
I don't know. Bese kube sokwenza ilanto kizo. Yeah. Ubani ukango 12 namhlanje.
So nesicharge. Also bathi bawubonile umehluko. Bathi bawubonile umehluko after bechile. So keza
Right, all right?
right.
No, good right. Can you stop there? Okay. Thank you.
bawubonile umehluko after bechile. Sisa-eda one image. Bacala filming positions sesichaza specific, and then la way besiyithethe uba ifuna bese-boundary sithi ubukho wayenza ukuplayers zethu enye
Square boundary.
fumanisa uba wathi okuskweleke like
Yeah,
20 meters 30 meters short nyam.
Yeah. Eta?
Yabo? Yeah, so bancome into ezinjalo. Yabo? Bafuna siqhubeke senza lona. Sibonakalise uba like umdlalo wethu siyawazi. Enye into abayikhalazile kumane sicimazika.
Kalokho amazitha ndiyangcola yapha phansi. Sithini ke?
Dareka loo nto ithetha ngeento ezikhona. Andithi nam bendiyazi mos uba besinezizathu zethu besisenza
Thongo lusenda bafike bangcola bathi and bathe into ezirong.
eziro.
Yabo? I mean, akwazi ukufumana izinto ezirongo apha.
Ndiyavuma.
Yabo? Ithini ke?
I think it's on, but yeah, kadla.
But I like them again.
Yeah. And a warm welcome to everyone tuning in to our live coverage here at Buffalo Park in East London. It's day 3 of the second unofficial test between South Africa and the West Indies A. South Africa are in a commanding position with the second innings lead of 209 with 9 wickets in hand. The West Indies have it all to do on day 3. The bowlers bowled well in the evening session last night, constantly finding the outside edge and the inside edge of the SA batsmen. Kevin Sinclair in particular had an instant impact when he was introduced early on in the South African innings. taking the scalp off the South African captain, Neil Brandt. The SAA captain hasn't had a good match so far, with both his innings ending on 4 runs. Now we have Akeem Jordan to get us underway on day 3. I'm not alone here today. I am with the legendary Border cricket manager and coach Raymond Boy. South Africa have a second innings lead of 207.
Good morning, Kengesi, and how are you today?
All good, Dere. All good, Dere. Just looking forward to some enticing, intense cricket today from both teams.
No, spot on. I think the guys are looking good today, looking nice and fresh, and see the sun is shining with a westerly wind coming through. First ball, just a nice on drive from Van Tonter, and then it went through to the mid-wicket position, and I think these guys Sinclair just did it like a Maradona type of trap, and they pick it up and then they just throw it back to the bowler.
Yeah, it's very unusual to see a fast bowler, an opening bowler, trying to stop the ball using his feet. Sometimes some fast bowlers are a bit tentative to do that because they're scared that the ball might jump up and hit their ankles.
You spot on there, but I mean you can see in some of the tests up in England, Australia, and all those tall West Indian guys, and then when they are like Mr. Walsh and all those guys, when they're at the boundary, sometimes it's difficult for them to go down, like Mr. Ambrose, Catley Ambrose, and all those guys. It's difficult for them to go down. All they do is just like to trap the ball, like the late Mr. Maradona, soccer legend.
A sub is coming on now. One of the West Indies players seems to have picked up a knock, and the young man has made his way onto the park. We understand that he has also been carrying an injury, the West Indies number 22, Jordan Johnson, but he is on the field now, coming on to stand at mid-off. Akeem Jordan bowled some very good lines in the evening session last night. It was just unlucky that the edges and the inside edges just weren't going to players. They were finding gaps instead, and they were going for 4s.
Oh, that was a nice ball. Came back nicely to the left-hander, Mr. Zoza and Zozi, and I think that ball came back nicely. And as a right-hander, to the right-handed batters, you'll ball in swing, and now you ball a nice, away swinger to the right-handers, and then he's bowling a nice in swinger to Zozi. And there were some chances there against yesterday, and whereby Zozi, I think he hit like 2 or 3. One was dropped, 2 pitch shot, and then one went through the gap at slips, went for 4. So you're quite right when you say the guys there were they did well last night, and then they bowled extremely well, good lines and length, and hitting like outside that 4th and 5th stamp, and the guys were nicking off nicely from South African point of view, but they could not get the catches.
Well played by Tony Zozi. Just closes the face of the bat there, and the ball goes through square leg, and they take a couple of runs.
And one other thing that struck me yesterday was when they introduced the spin bowler, and it was just lovely. It was great to see the spin bowling having he bowled nice lines and length, and then he was troubling most of the South African batters.
Joshua De Silva also making his way off the field now. And Imlach is going to come in as the wicket keeper. So now that substitution made sense because Imlach had to go off the field to put on his keeping pads and keeping gloves. That's a very interesting substitution.
Yeah,
Made
so
by the West
I wonder
Indies.
what happened to the keeper. I know. Normally, when the keeper changes, there's something. I mean, he's got probably one of the serious stuff that he has to sort out. Maybe in the loo or something. I'm not too sure. Maybe to the running stomach or so, but we don't know. We'll probably check and see.
Shamar Joseph about to open his account for the day. He was the only West Indies bowler who you would feel, oh,
What a ball! What a ball!
like I was saying, he was the only West Indies bowler in the evening session whom you would feel needed to improve because he was bowling both sides of the wicket and he had short spells either side.
Yeah, I mean, Sharma has done well. I think first innings he's done. I think he got 3 for 39, and he's been troubling our bowlers. He's a bowler who did extremely well, testing the skills of the batters, whereby he'll bowl two good balls, and then all of a sudden he'll send someone to square leg boundary, and as if he's going to bowl a short ball, and he doesn't bowl a short ball, just bowl the ball straight and swinging away from the batter and then nick off. And unfortunately, the guys didn't do any job at slip. They dropped the ball. But I mean, to set a batter like that, I mean, bowling good dot balls and all the kind of things, fourth and fifth stamp, and then all of a sudden you send someone to square leg boundary, and that is the thingy. And even now today, he started nicely. Bowled 2 good balls, good lines and length, and it's amazing. It's good.
Here's a sweeper on the offside. That's McAllister, if I'm not mistaken. The West Indies number 75. He's not fully on the boundary. He's about 20 to 25 meters off the boundary on the offside. And you'd like to think he's protecting himself if he bowls the ball a bit too full, wouldn't you, Terry?
Yeah, I think they've got a fine leg as well. Fine leg is about 10 meters away from the boundary. They've got a mid wicketish. They've got mid on. They've got a mid off there, and then they've got a covers, and they've got 2 slips and a gully, and that guy who is hanging in there about 20 meters from the boundary at the sweeper at a point boundary or at the sweeper there. So that's the field for Joseph Sharma. Good shot.
Strays a bit to the leg side, gets clipped for a non-drive, goes for 4 between mid-wicket and the mid-on fielder. Great shot from Reynard van Tonder.
And the score moves to 72 for 1 after 26 overs, and the lead is 216.
Every time the West Indies fielders and the management look at that lead, they will feel it in their soul that, oh man, they're letting this get away from them because South Africa still have 9 second innings wickets in hand. They need wickets, the West Indies.
I was just thinking as well, even yesterday.
Ooh.
Oh, what a ball! What a ball!
That's the line he should be bowling. That's where he should be
Yes.
keeping it.
I'm telling you, Fantona as well. He will say, "Gee, I was lucky there not to nick that ball because it was in the good line, good length, and he was enticed there to drive the ball. Unfortunately, it went through the keeper for no run, but it's fine because he's safe. He's still there, still batting with Zoza, and they've got a nice partnership as well, which is going nicely. A partnership of 49, and it's looking good. It's looking good.
It's very important to note how a player like Reynard van Tonder as we watch Akeem Jordan coming in. Good defense from Tony Dizorzi, just opens the face there. Goes through for one. It's very important to note how, and the partnership gets to 50 actually. That's very well done from the two batsmen. Fantonda, a contribution of 25, and Dizorzi, a contribution of 23, with only 2 extras. Fantonda was able to absorb the pressure yesterday in the evening session as Akeem Jordan and co were bowling very, very well to him and keeping it very, very tight. But Fantonda was able to absorb that pressure, and even in the end was able to loosen up and score a couple of boundaries to move his score on.
Yeah, I know you spot on there, can you see? And I think as well, as coaches, normally if you got an hour to go, probably 16 hours left of the game, you always tempted to send a night watchman. That's what the coaches will do, send a night watchman so that we can just protect those top batters who will be like batting late in the evening, which is not a great one. And but the two guys, and I think Sucre Conrad as well, I think he was like confident in saying these two guys will see that new ball off, and they will hang in there until this morning. But well done to Six and the boys who've been doing some great management there. Nice quick run from Fatona, set through, and then the old, or not the tall guy, just pick up the ball and with no agency.
Yeah, Fantonda perhaps seeing that McAllister is probably not the quickest guy on the block, so he took off very quickly there, did Fantonda. Chanced him on the mid-off position.
A good ball from Joe Rande. Nice Yorker line type of ball, but it was fine. Just block it, no run.
See Chanderpaul standing at a very, very square third man, almost at point. He's a very, very square third man down on the boundary.
Like a backward pointish type of position.
Yeah.
With 5 meters. Oh, what a shot.
Oh, what a shot, but straight to the man at point.
No run.
Shamar Joseph. It's not often that you see the opening bowler standing at point. And here comes the West Indies A captain, Joshua Da Silva. He's ready to get back onto the field now.
I think he does not say this thing. I know when you go into bat, to go into field or bat, you have to make sure that you do all these necessary things at the change room and before you get into the field. But we'll give him a credit there. But he's back on the field.
Jordan.
Pads are out, and yeah.
Jordan Johnson gets to take a break now. He goes off along with Imlak's keeping equipment. And Shamar Joseph is back on. The score is 7-4 for 1 after 28. The lead is 218.
Good ball.
That's a very good ball from
Joseph
Shamar Joseph. Bowling the line that he was bowling constantly in the first innings.
If it's stick to those lines, can you see, as a fast bowler, I don't think you'll be troubled there. Stick on those lines, don't change anything. Can play with the batsman's mind, like taking one slip or whatever, and put him there at a square leg boundary just to play the batsman's mind and see what he's going to do, and then play with ball those ones outside of stump and then try and nick the guys off. Nice. Fontana as well, just knock the ball to extra
Deep
cover
point.
there. Yeah, deep point, extra cover there, somewhere there. And then they settled for one.
It's a pretty interesting field to Fantonda. And I see now that they have the same field on for Tony Dizosi, where they have a deep point and an extra cover. So if he plays it late, it goes straight to that deep point and they can get an easy one there. Oh,
At the moment, they've got a 6-3 field, six on the offside and then 3 on the leg side or the onside. They've got a guy at the fine leg thing. He's got 20 meters or 10 meters for 15 meters from the boundary. Got a mid wicket, mid on, and he's got mid off and covers, gully, and 2 sleeps. And the guy at the deep point there. And Sharma Joseph is running into bowl. Oh,
ooh,
no run.
good line from Joseph Sharma. Tony Dizosi. Great ending so far. As we'd mentioned before, he was able to absorb the pressure. It's never easy coming on late in the evening and having to open, coming up against a new ball. With
what
that's a
catch.
brilliant catch! A
What
third
a catch,
slip.
a gully, man. Jeez. Unlucky for the Dizosi, 37 runs and he's out.
As you'd mentioned there, Tare, the West Indies A team having a 6-3 field, basically encouraging Sharma Joseph to keep bowling on that off stump line. And Tony Dizosi, perhaps feeling a bit cramped up, tries to open up the arms. Wild swipe, taken at gully.
That was
A brilliant catch.
Brilliant catch. I mean, one of those. Sometimes when you go to the ball with your front foot but when you flashes out there without your foot moving to the ball or the leg moving to the ball, you normally get those. But once again, Dizosi is out. He scored 37 of 103 balls. He's been there nasty with 32 dots, 2 fours, and 116 minutes.
Tony Dizosi will feel disappointed that he got yet another start but couldn't convert. Was only able to add 3 runs to his overnight score, and the West Indies have exactly what they were looking for in this morning session. And that brings to the crease Keegan Peterson. Played a brilliant innings for SA in the first innings, but the West Indies will be looking to get rid of him quickly.
We'll be chatting about this guy, Sharma Joseph Kangesi, good campaigner. He's been hanging in there, bowling outside of stump, line and length, and testing our South African batters. And all of a sudden, he's been rewarded by getting a wicket of Dizosi for 37.
That's right, Tare, and the field setting was perfect there because with that fielder at deep point, you're encouraging the batsman to have it go at that cover drive because he thinks that space is open, and then he gets taken at gully just as it happened, just as you were talking about it, Tare, it happened.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good line.
Good bowling.
Good battle from Sharma Joseph. And now the SAA team is 75 for 2 after 29 overs. The lead is 219. But the West Indies will know that that wicket makes the scorecard look just that bit prettier for them.
I think Peterson there, I think he got the wrong gloves. Normally, as a batter, I would normally take number 1. Pair number 2 will be coming later on when the first one is nice and got some moisture. So he just changed the gloves now, and I think he's looking good, and we'll probably see the same performance that he had in the previous inning, the first innings. And good luck to the boys, and I think he's knocking to the SA team playing against India in the coming month. What do you think, Gezi?
I'll be with you in that one shortly, Tere. Reynat van Tonder takes him on again. Ends up being an easy single for him. McAllister standing at mid-off, a short mid-off actually, but Reynat van Tonder was still too quick for him. Just nudged the ball down to that area and took a quick single. Yeah, Tere, that's a good point. Peterson is firmly knocking on the door of the Proteas setup. Because he was in that team, he knows what it takes to get there. He knows he has the talent and the skill to get there again.
Yeah. And you're spot on there. And I know, but I don't know whether you heard about Mr. De Kock, who's going to be, I believe he's not playing some of the formats and all those kind of things. He'll be focusing on other family matters and stuff. And we will probably definitely need a batsman who's going to go out there and probably bat 4, 5 or whatever. And a guy like Peterson will do a great job there in the middle of that batting lineup.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Great exercise of patience from Keegan Peterson. Seeing that's the type of ball that got rid of Tony Dizorzi, and keeping his patience, allowing himself to get in, to get settled in there. And the West Indies have pretty much kept the same field. They have an extra cover. They have a man at cover actually, and a deep point. Just asking him to go for that drive. Well played from Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, saw that coming.
Imlak chases it down from mid-off all the way down to the mid-on to the long-on boundary, and they only are able to get through for 2.
McAllister just try a nice dive there. The tall guy missing the ball going through. Mid-on-ish and a nice chase there, and then at least they got only 2 runs there. He was at McAllister's at mid-on, and shot mid-on, just in line with the umpire, but he tried to stop that and he couldn't even get to get his hands there. I mean, I've been saying that with the tall guys, they always try to stop it with the foot, or if they want to go there with the long and levers, but they can't go there. 222 for 2 after 29 overs.
Keegan Peterson showing the full face of the bat there just to end the over. 78 for 2 after 30 overs. The lead for South Africa is 2-2-2.
Double Nelson.
It's a double Nelson lead there for the SA team. The West Indies will be hoping that South Africa aren't able to build another partnership, because that's exactly what they did in the first inning. They'll be hoping to get rid of Reynat van Tonder or Keegan Peterson very, very swiftly.
I could imagine. I think the guys will bat until, I don't know. I mean, there's a whole day tomorrow. I would think they will bat the whole day today and get a nice, decent lead. And then from there, they'll give the guys probably tomorrow morning and see if the West Indies will fight back. And with our bowling attack, or South African bowling attack.
Ooh, cuts him in half.
Yes, that was a little bit uppish.
Cuts him in half.
Yeah, it just hit him, I think, on the...
Hit him on the midriff.
Or something? Yes, let's have a look.
Shamar Joseph on the money today.
Shamar Joseph is like a old campaigner who's been hitting the ball there all the time, outside of time, swinging in and swinging out, and being consistent there.
Well played from Reynat van Tonder.
Let's go for 4.
Cuts it through the gully area.
Yeah.
The man at deep point had no chance there.
stamp.
Goes through for 4. That's a brilliant shot, especially because that ball wasn't that far from him. It wasn't a wide delivery. It wasn't a bad ball from Shamar Joseph, but it was able to just caress that ball through the area. Brilliant stuff from Reynard van Tonder, and he's been the one that's scored the bulk of the runs for the SAA team in this morning session.
He's spot on.
And there he goes again.
I think they're gonna
Takes
go for
on the
T.
fielder.
Jason, no. That's
Great
74.
fielding. Great
Good
fielding on the boundary from Akeem Jordan. He was on the what is that? Fine leg
fine leg,
boundary. He was on the
yes,
fine
fine
leg
leg.
boundary and he was able to cut that ball
And you can see
and
the
throw it
guys.
back in quickly.
You see the guys, they move like 10 to 15 meters away from the boundary, and when the ball comes to them, it's easy for them just to pick it up and throw.
Shamar Joseph charging in.
No respect from
Keegan Peterson
Keegan Peterson.
showing the full face of the bat here early on in his innings, and that's a very important trait early on in the innings, isn't it,
He's
Terry?
spot on. He's spot on. I mean, he's leaving some, and I know bowlers they like to test the batter. Okay, but bowling straight wins to him to see if you're gonna play the full face of the bat, and then he'll bowl one outside of stump, fourth and fifth stump, just to make the guy to think otherwise. It's good bowling.
And there he goes again,
Good bowling.
showing the full face. Good bowling from Shamar Joseph.
And good batting as well.
It's a good battle between bat and ball here. Just trying to see who's going to blink first. This is what you call test cricket, Terry.
Yes. And we're enjoying test cricket, man, because I mean, most of the test cricket nations like India, Australia, England, New Zealand, South Africa,
Ooh,
it's a good
Blocks
cricket
the ball.
around, because people nowadays they would like to have this quick T20, T10s, so that they can get back home and all those kind of things. But this is what you this is cricket.
after 31 overs, the score is 83 for 2. The SAA lead is 227. Just a reminder that SAA in the first innings they got 298. West Indies were dismissed for 156. Having been 102 for 2 at some point, they lost their next 8 wickets for 54 runs. A massive collapse for the Windies. And now they have it all to do in the second innings of the South African team.
Yeah, I was talking test cricket and the short version of the game, which is T20 and the 50 over game. I think test cricket is still the best.
Oh, Reynard van Tonder. The ball was just outside off stump.
Oh,
Has a go at it. It goes straight through the slip fielders. It went between second slip and gully.
Gully went for 4.
And it goes for 4. And that lead grows ever slower. It's 231 now. The West Indies bowlers can't be faulted for their bowling. They've been bowling extremely well. It's just that the ball hasn't been going to the fielders. It's been going into spaces. What do you do as a bowling attack, Ray? Do you change anything?
The key as a bowling unit, you just have to be patient. I mean, no run. What happened is that if you're patient enough, the batter will actually made something or made a mistake there by cutting the ball and caught at covers or caught at thingy at gully or slips. So we just have to be patient, because I mean we cannot fault any bowler by bowling outside of stump and letting those batters play their shots in
I hear
that-
you, Terry.
in that direction.
But I do have to ask though, as Reynard van
Yes.
Tonder cuts again, goes straight to the fielder at deep backward point.
Yes.
They go through for 1. I do have to ask though, Terry, is it worth getting a third slip in place?
Yeah, man. Especially for your Sharma Joseph, I think he's done extremely well, bowling outside of stamp and all the time. I think if you can put like a guy there just to make sure that you and then you're opening, because normally if you put three sleeps there, you have to open the gap between covers and mid off, so that the guy can see the big gap, and he'll turn and attempt that cover drives or something like that.
Oh, brilliant shot from Keegan Peterson. Goes straight through the cover fielder,
And he goes.
and
for
it
four.
goes for 4.
Brilliant shot.
Brilliant shot. Abhijay Mansin standing at the cover region. He'll feel like he could have done better there because that ball went straight through his fingers. You see him now. He's feeling it. He's probably injured himself. But that was a brilliant shot from Keegan Peterson.
Yeah, they still got 6-3 field, 3 on the onside and then 6 in the offside.
There's plenty of batting still to come for the SAA team. You've got Kaya Zondo, De Swart and Clyde Fortuin. Oh, well played. Just drops it into the point area, the vacant point area. Gali has to come around and sweep up that ball, but they go through for a single. As I was saying, plenty of batting still to come for the SAA team. The Windies will feel like every run here is hurting them. They need to get more wickets. And I think that putting in a third slip is a very viable option at this moment, at this point.
93 for 2.
Oh!
He left one a little bit late.
Left it very late, Dari.
Yes, 93 for 2 after 32, and he left it late, and there was a slight sniff there from the bowler's point of view. Jordan, who's been doing nicely, ball 11 overs, and they only hit him for what 28 runs. And Joseph is ball 8, and he's got 1 wicket for 28 runs. And then Sinclair ball 9 overs, 1 wicket, and then he got 19 runs off his bowling.
Shamar Joseph continuing from the Bunkers Hill end to Keegan Peterson. Keegan Peterson has looked settled ever since he came in. He's on 7 of 11. Something wrong with Shamar Joseph's run up there. Chooses to back out of bowling that one. That's a dead ball. He is still employing a deep point and a cover. A deep point and a cover with the mid off.
Oh,
Great
Good
shot from
shot,
Keegan Peterson. Shamar Joseph trying to go for the bouncer. The ball didn't go up. Didn't get up. Keegan Peterson was quickly onto that. There's no one in that deep square leg area. Great shot from Keegan Peterson. As I was saying, he's looked settled ever since he came on. He's on 11 of 12 balls now. And that's always a great feeling as a batsman to get a 4 off the first ball of the over.
That's spot on. You're spot on. And I don't know what happened there with Thingy. I think it has something to do with his run-up. And because on that last ball, he has to drop his shot and he was punished for 4.
That's the line he wants to be in. That's the line.
You can see now he's got some aggression there. Bowling nicely. When if a bowler, normally if you a bowler you been hit for 4, it comes for the bouncer or something. That's the take from the bowling point of view. All the fast bowlers, they always do that. Hit him for 4, he'll come back. He'll bowl you a bouncer. Because upset for what he did to the batter. What? Try to bowl a big bouncer. And try and throw the keeper without any attempt. It's good to see the youngsters coming around. Some of the guys will be going away with the teams, and the 16 boys and girls going away to the national tournaments. They are here to watch some cricket, and it's good to see. It's interesting. Oopsie. And nearly went through, but Joseph to Peterson blocked it, and it went through. Hit his pad and back to the short cover there. As King Ace has been saying, there's some nice batting coming. The likes of Kyle Zondo will be coming to swat for Rotain. Those are the guys. Pongwan is not bad at Dan Pete and Dan Peterson at the end there, and Mureki. There's some good batting coming. Yo, that's right. Joseph is a little bit got some aggression, and I think he's unhappy about those fours that we got a hit of him, of his bowling. Now he's trying to show this guy. You know what's going to happen now. I'm thinking if he'll put a ball, nice straight one or a Yorker type of ball, because I mean Peterson is still is thinking that he's going to bowl a short one. You going to see that one?
Yeah, just as you called it, Ray.
Yeah.
He bowled a Yorker just as you called it.
Yes, because what happened is that they always do that. The ball bounces this and that and that and that, and they know that the guy is at the back foot waiting for a bouncer again, and then you bowl a Yorker or a full one, full and straight, so that you can get an LB thingy and all those kind of things. Arne Jacobs, I think he played for playing for Border Warriors, and I was fortunate to be part and parcel of when he was a coach here, assistant coach for Border Base, and Arne Jacobs was there, and he went to do some umpiring now. And he went to the Warriors, and he's been there.
Akeem Jordan in his second spell. First, he's been bowling the entire day here in this first morning. His energy hasn't let up. Been bowling well. He's constantly been beating the outside edge or finding the outside edge. Just unfortunate for him that the ball hasn't been going to the fielders. He's taken his fine leg and he's putting him at point.
And you can see now they got 3 slips, no gully, and they got a 7-2 field now. Change of field, 7-2 field. And they got 3 slips. It's good ball. I think the reason why I think they're doing that is because they can see that the ball is moving away nicely, and he's got a nice carry to the keeper. And I think the Jordan as well. I will just hit that area all the time because there's some chances, 1 or 2 chances coming through there. That's why they put another third slip, just to ask some questions to the batter. And they just bring Shana ball through, and they've got a 7-2 field now.
I believe that's a good point, Ray, because we've been asking for that third slip. Akeem Jordan hasn't been straying to the leg side, so there was no need for them to keep that fine leg. Now he's gone to point. The man who was a deep point now has moved on to be a deep backward point. So they have conventional point and a deep backward point. So you can see that the plan is clear from the West Indies. Just keep it outside off stump, try to find that edge.
He's spot on there. And through the...
That's a
I
proper
did
on
that.
drive.
And that's between the two fellas. And they're going for three. Third one, they're safe. They're safe. I mean, Jordan, I think when he ran the first one, I knew that he's going to go for the second one. And he knew when he was running, he could pick it up that time. And his aggression, running between wickets, it's looking good. Him and Peterson there. And they went for three, which is a great. At the moment, 100 partnership, from 100 up for South African A side. And they only got like a 26 runs partnership. I think he wanted the 3 runs, this guy, for Turner. Reinert.
Yeah, the 100 run up for South Africa, 101 runs, but more importantly, the lead is at 245. Oh, Keegan Peterson
Did you see that?
finds the neck again, goes straight to
Straight
that
to
fielder
third
at third slip.
And
Nah.
it's just, you see, at the moment, the bowler will just, and the captain will be happy to see that happening, because the bowler is just bowling according to plan, and the ball is going straight back to where they wanted the ball to go to, and which is a good thing. I think the West Indian management and the captain, I think they are happy to see Jordan bowling nice lines and length and hitting the right areas. Oh,
A brilliant shot from Keegan Peterson, but Tevin Imlach was able to cut that ball off. It's the second time that he's been able to do that, moving from the mid-off field and cutting across and saving a definite 3 runs there, because that seemed like it was definitely going to be a boundary.
yes. I was just thinking probably after drinks they have an introduction of spin bowling. I mean, normally it's 1 hour 10 or 1 hour 30 minutes, and then whereby they'll have some drinks, and then they'll introduce a spin bowler, or probably 2 hours before drinks they'll have a spin bowler who's going to be coming on and just having a try. I think at the moment we've got another gentleman. At the moment he's a pastor. Andrew van Zyl. Andrew van Zyl has been here with Border Cricket for quite a long time. He played for Border, all the Border schools cricket teams. He's been with the Border Academy as well. And Andrew, he went to making sure that he looks after the kids at one of the I'll say the rehab centers in Duncan village with his mom, because you could see that some of the guys in the village, in the townships, they're always on drugs and all the kind of things, and he came to a good shot from thing. He did think he's going to go for it. I put the money on the ball there. 4 runs it is. I think there was some misfield there. And then Mr. Peterson got 4 runs there. Back to the story, I had Andrew van Zyl, who's been here at Border Cricket. I mean, when these guys are coming down, West Indies and stuff like that, they used to, all these teams, he used to come and assist them at change room attendant. He used to be here. Now he's a pastor. He's been here for 2 days watching some West Indian playing cricket. Mr. van Zyl, I just want to come around, man, and chat to us. What makes you to come and watch some cricket here at Buffalo Park?
Yeah, no, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Tare. It's been a long time, but you can't stop loving the game. And it's such a wonderful opportunity to come and just see how the South African A team is representing the country and also play against West Indies A. And at the moment, they're doing very well. I missed the grounds, Ray. I
Yeah.
missed being around. This was actually like second home.
It's spot on, eh?
Because you remember, like, from Monday to Fridays, we were here in the morning until
It's
late
spot on.
afternoon,
It's
and
spot
this
on.
was like extra. This was a second home for us.
Yes.
We loved the game, loved every aspect of the game, and it played an important role in not just developing who we are as cricketers, but who we are as people as well.
You're spot on.
And so that who I am today, really, the cricket ground, being part of the academy, being part of schools cricket, the border schools cricket, actually really helped me to develop who I am today. So I could never say goodbye. I could never say that I'll stop coming here and
Yes.
loving the game of
Yes.
sports.
Yes.
Um,
Yeah, thank you, man. I know you're a pastor now, and
Yes, Stanley.
and just good shot.
shot.
At least they'll settle for two there.
yeah, that's good running between the wicket.
Yes, I think Peterson and Fantona, they've been doing well between wickets, running between
Yeah.
wickets. Yeah, and I know with cricketers, I can recall one or two guys who played cricket and they end up being pastors at the end of the day,
Yeah,
and they look. I mean, you looked after the guys. I mean, at the rehab where we were at
Yeah.
Duncan Village, which was great. And what makes you to go to the like to the religious space?
yeah, no, Tare. I think I discovered that when I think the other person you're speaking about is Ian Postman.
Yes,
Who actually
yes,
comes
Postman.
from
Yes,
border.
Postman.
Yeah,
Yes.
so and strange enough, Tare, he actually coached me as well.
Oh,
So
man, yeah.
I think so. That's whatever he had rubbed off from
Yes,
me.
spot
But really, we I think when it was one moment after school, when I finished school, when I was part of the academy,
Yeah.
we always had people coming in during the day to come and do some some development
Yes.
and I always ask myself, what is really my purpose? What is my passion?
Okay.
And my passion is when I was starting to do all these things, playing the game,
Yeah.
working with people, with young people, and I started getting into coaching.
Yeah.
Coached primary school and I coached high school,
Mm.
and I realized my passion lies in developing people. My
Yeah.
passion was really just about making sure that people discover who their God-given talent is and they give and help nurture it.
Yeah.
And I said, even though I don't make it to the highest level of
Yes,
cricket,
cricket,
I can
yes.
help the next generation get there.
You spot on.
And
you spot
I
on.
was so excited to see actually one of the boys at the Nyati team,
Yeah.
the tall left-hand fast bowler.
Okay.
He actually comes from Matson. I used to coach him.
Yes, Kobaba.
And yeah. So Baba,
Zukisi Kobaba.
and those are the type of things that I actually, that's my passion, is to help the next generation actually just realize what they're gifted in, but also just to believe in themselves.
Yeah.
And so when I realized that's my passion, and I started making the transition from sport, but I still use cricket
Lovely.
as the vehicle to do what I'm passionate about, and still
Lovely.
even to this day, I enjoy the cricket. I still use it as a vehicle,
Yeah.
where playing in the streets and so forth, or playing at schools.
Yeah.
It's such a wonderful opportunity to do what you're passionate about.
No,
so.
it's spot on. Thank you, Andrew. And
Yes.
I just want to thank even the Mercedes-Benz. I mean, I know you being involved with the United Cricket Club in Buffalo Flats, and Mercedes-Benz of South Africa. They did give a nice sponsorship or donation to the hub at Mdantsane and the hub at the
Yes.
Buffalo Flats. And when I saw you there, I got overwhelmed. And I have to humble myself before
Yeah.
God. And when I see you, because I mean, I've coached you at the academy, I've coached you at border cricket space, and you've been a great servant doing Nasi and all those kind of things. And I'm really chuffed when I see you. And speaking about the guys, cricketers. Like Ian Postman, who's a
Yeah.
pastor now, he's up
Yeah.
in Joburg, if
Yes,
I'm not
yes,
mistaken. And it's lovely to see and you following those great legends of cricket.
Yeah, no, definitely, Tare. You're almost making me cry here. But thank you so much, Tare. It's we really need to give a shout out to Mercedes-Benz for really investing in the community. I think it's very much needed for the young people, because you never want finance or resources to be a stumbling block or stopping
Yes, spot
the community or young people or children from pursuing their dreams.
Okay.
And so wherever corporates or non-profits or wherever partners that can come together and make dreams possible, that is very
Yes.
grateful. And so really thank you to Mercedes-Benz for doing that. in the areas of Nansane and Buffalo Flats. That I always call it, those are seeds sown,
Yes,
and you'll
yes.
start seeing the fruits actually in a few years' time, and you
Spot
can
on.
look back and say, wow, that's part of we play part of a role in investing in those children's futures. So
Yes, spot
it's
on.
we need those partners to come together and
Yes,
just
spot
to make a difference. But yeah, Tare, it's just really been a dream come true, but also just
Yes.
wonderful how a lot of people around you can make a difference in your life.
Yes, spot on.
And you played a role in my life as well as growing up. Sometimes as cricketers,
Yeah.
we come from different backgrounds. Sometimes you lack belief and
Yes,
confidence.
sure. Yes,
And I know that you were one of the people that actually believed in my ability
spot
to
on.
be able to play
Yes, spot on.
in the border teams, in club cricket, wherever I went, to believe in my ability in my skill
Yes.
as well.
Yeah.
And so I'm always grateful for that. I always think about you, when
Yes.
I'm thinking about cricket. And I mean, not just that. I mean, the many cricketers that came out of your hands. I
Yes,
mean,
spot on.
one of the testimonies we know that one of the legends of South Africa, Makai Ntini,
Yes,
you
spot
played
on.
a major role in his development as a cricketer, as a young cricketer, and look what he has gone to achieve around the world globally.
Right. Yes, spot
And
on.
I mean that gift never goes away, Tare.
You're right.
You still have it inside of you.
Hey, man, that was my
Yeah.
prayers, man. Always as a coach, as a development coach out in the villages,
Yes.
and I used to go to townships as well, just to check these
Yeah.
youngsters. And it was my dream to see
Yeah.
one of the young cricketers coming out there and playing for South Africa, which it happened. A guy like Malibonga Maketa,
Yes.
I've started with him as well, and now he's a SA Academy, and he's
Wow.
been in the SAA, and
Yes.
he's been the assistant coach for Mr. Otis Gibson, who was
Yes.
the
That's
Proteas coach.
amazing.
So when I see these guys growing up nicely,
Yeah.
and not even some of the guys that I've coached or that
Yes.
make some impact in their lives, it's a great man like Dumisa Makalima.
Yes.
I named them Luzu Gombinda, Unati, Tete, all those guys, Lungile Jimlongo. Those guys were actually in King Lumsdown.
Yes.
And at the moment now, some of them, they're directors in Joburg, they're directors in Cape
Wow,
Town.
it's amazing.
And Chivo, all those guys,
Yes.
Zukiso Makalima as well. So
Yes.
I'm really chuffed with the. You see, when you're touching the guys,
Yes,
they
yes.
are- it's amazing.
Yeah,
it's
no,
amazing.
definitely, man. That's amazing,
Yeah.
Tare.
And thanks for getting you.
Yeah, no. Thank you, Tare, for the
Andrew
opportunity.
Fonseca.
Yeah.
They'll call you now Pastor Fonseca.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Tare.
Thanks a lot,
Enjoy
man.
the rest of the day.
Anytime,
Thank
man. Anytime. Yeah, that was Andrew Fonseca. He's a pastor now at the moment in East London, Buffalo Flats area, and he just come to enjoy some cricket. At the moment, McAllister is going to be bowling from the bottom end and riverside end. The score now is 113 for 2 after 36 overs with a lead of 257. The lead of 257 runs, and Peterson has been playing some nice shots, cutting them nicely, and he's been doing well. 121. 121 for 2 after 36.2 overs. 121 for 2. South Africa with a lead of 265. And at the moment, they've got these two guys have got 46 runs partnership. And Van Tonner got 50. And Pedersen came last year with the attacking batting. And he's on 22 of 29 balls. Whoopsie! They tried to pull that one, and unfortunately, it went through the keeper with no run. Now Pedersen just having a word to him. He said, "Listen here, you got 50 now. You just have to start again, and you don't need to pull or to push anything." McAllister is coming from the bottom end. Cutting nicely through the covers. In comes this guy at backward point. They have a throw. They settle for 1. 2 balls to go. 122 for 2. 122 for 2.
No.
Pull that one just to make it a mid-wicketish, and no run. Oh, jeez, luck. That was a good ball from Leicester. What happened is that Keegan Pedersen, he was trying to leave the ball. I think the ball caught his bat on the outside edge. It went straight through the keeper, and then the first slip and the dive. And there was, I think that one went for 4. And they got a 50 run partnership at the moment. And for Turner on 51 and Pedersen on 26. That was a good ball. That was a good ball from McAllister there. Out on 26 for 2 after 37 overs. 126 for 2 out of 37 overs. With Van Tonner on 51 and Pedersen on 26. They've got a 51 and runs partnerships there. Turner just pushed that one through deep point, and they only settled for 1 run. Bowling from this end, Jordan still Bowling now. I think his ball is 13.2 overs now. He's still working hardest. Jordan is still doing well, bowling nice lines and length. Good shot. That is a brilliant shot. At 6 runs, Alice Pedersen is just coming on his aggression again. Hit a nice 6. It's a great and a stunning shot. And the score moves to 133 for 2. 133 for 2. It went straight over. And 133 for 2, and Pedersen moves to 32, and then Fontana is on 52 after 70 balls. Dabbing that one to backward point with no run. Jordan coming into bowl. It's interesting to see the keeper standing up to Jordan as well, which is a great. He just stood up to him, and it's good to see. And it's drinks time. At the moment, Fontana is on 52 of 70 balls, and then Pedersen is on 32 of 36 balls, and the partnership is about 58. And at the moment, SAA 133 for 2 after 38, and then it's drinks time, and we'll come back to you after the drinks break. And the lead at the moment is 200. $250. We'll let you know after the drinks break. Fernando is going to drop the thing at barrier. Drop the laptop. Don't wait. You must hold on and find out.
And we're back after the first strings break of the morning. South Africa in a very commanding position. Pulling away with it in the last 5 overs before the drinks break. Taking the attack to the West Indies bowlers. Reynat van Tonder hitting Jair McAllister with a huge 6 over deep square leg. The ball went straight into the pavilion. McAllister to get us back underway, yeah. Van Tonder on strike. McAllister drops it short, wide. They go for 3 after Van Tonder chases that one. Cuts it through the covers. There's been a clear momentum shift in this game. South Africans have decided to put their foot on the gas. The West Indies have a man at cover, a man at extra cover, a man at deep point. But Jair McAllister, oh, that's a great shot from Keegan Peterson, but it goes for 1. There's a man at deep point. The ball just manages to beat the fielder at just in front of point there. McAllister in his 3 overs so far this morning hasn't been able to find the perfect length for himself. Has been bowling a tad too short for the most part. Once more, he's persisting with the short line. Reynat van Tonder tries to play that one to the leg side. A cut would have been more efficient, one would think. Kevin Sinclair moving to the point area. Another cut shot from Reynat van Tonder, only for 1 because there's a fielder there deep backward point. Van Tonder has clearly decided to flip a switch here. He's on 56 of 73. At one point he was 40 runs behind when you compare his balls to his runs, the balls he'd faced to his runs. Now it's just 13 balls behind, 23 balls behind, I mean. Keegan Peterson pulls away there, perhaps not ready, feeling rushed. There's a reason why Jair McAllister has persisted with the short ball. Tries to do the bluff there. Ooh, slight misfield on the boundary. Reynat van Tonder considers the second run, but he doesn't go for it. Shamar Joseph was quick with his reactions. As I was saying, there's a reason why Jair McAllister has persisted with the short ball. He's got a man at fine leg and a man at deep backward square. A deep square rather. Let's see if he persists with the line again and the length. Goes for it again. Castles him! Reynat van Tonder. Once more undone by the short ball from the same bowler as it was in the first innings. Plays it onto his stumps. And the good innings comes to an end. 56 of 74 balls. It's a breakthrough for the West Indies. It's come at a cost. It's 139 for 3 now after 39 overs. The persistence with the short ball has finally worked out for the West Indies. Reynard van Tonder, he was undone by the short ball in the first innings, undone by the short ball in the second innings. Completely misjudged that one. Looked like he played it a bit too early. Drags it onto his stumps. And that brings Kaya Zondo to the crease. And there's also a bowling change as Kaya Zondo walks onto the pitch. Kevin Sinclair is coming back. About to bowl his first spell of the day. He bowled extremely well yesterday. It was just unlucky that he wasn't getting those wickets. Got the first wicket of the second innings for South Africa. The wicket of the South African captain Neil Brunt. He's coming on now. His first ball will be to a settled Keegan Peterson. Good fight back from the West Indies, eh? It's exactly the type of context we've been expecting from them. It's exactly the type of contest it's been throughout the day. Throughout the series, rather. Hasn't been a clear winner between bat and ball. It's been a constant battle. Ooh. First one, nice and straight. Keegan Peterson defends well. Doesn't have a sweeper either side, doesn't have a deep square, doesn't have a deep point. Oh, good fielding. Good fielding from Jordan Johnson. Standing at mid-off. Runs to his left, cuts that ball off. Keeps it down to no run. Ooh, he's looking for that LBW, you can see it. Kevin Sinclair is so precise with his bowling. He has a fine leg and a long on. Jordan Johnson tries to cut it off, doesn't. Ball goes away for 4. Brilliant straight drive from Keegan Peterson. A tad too full from Kevin Sinclair. Peterson meets it on the full. Gets the shot away. Goes for 4. Good comeback. It's perhaps the one area where you don't want the ball to go to, which is the mid-off area, because it seems like Jordan Johnson is carrying an injury, so he might not be as agile as everyone else on the field. Keegan Peterson works it away on the leg side. The man at mid-wicket chases it down, keeps it down to 1, and that's the way we end the over. 144 for 3 after 40. The SAA lead is 288. It's a monumental task for the Windies. And you have to start asking yourself, what time will the SAA team think of declaring? You have to ask yourself if they'll be thinking of declaring or they want to be bowled out. Because you must remember, we have the whole of tomorrow and still 2 more sessions to go. Jair McAllister who got the breakthrough to continue from the Bunkers Hill end. Keegan Peterson on strike. 39 of 44. Brisk innings from Keegan Peterson. Flawless so far. Oh, persists with the shot ball. Gets hit. Oh, the man there covers very well. The man at square leg is in front of square. Covers very well. Keeps it down to 1. Kaya Zondo taking guard. About to face his first delivery. I'm surprised that there aren't more slips in place for him, since it is Kaya Zondo's first delivery. Persists with the short back of the length deliveries. He only has 1 slip in place for Kaya Zondo in the gully. He has a deep backward point, a man at cover, a man at mid-off. Mancine is at cover. Sinclair is at point. Chandapur standing on the deep backward point area. Kaya Zondo just guides it between gully and first slip. And it goes for 4. Brilliant way to get off the mark for Kaya Zondo. Cool as you like. The lead moves ever closer to 300. It's 293 now. McAllister was able to get the breakthrough, the wicket of Reynard van Tonder. But it's been expensive. It's been going at almost 6 and over. Kaya Zondo cuts it past gully now. Between gully and deep backward point. Goes for 4. There's no one at third man. That's a brilliant shot from Kaya Zondo. Joshua De Silva, the West Indies captain, pondering, thinking to himself where to change the field. Do we persist with this short stuff? Tries back of the length again. Kaya Zondo calmly defends it. Ooh! Tries another short ball. The ball doesn't bounce as much as Zondo was expecting it to. Almost crashes into his off stump. The entire over. Jair McAllister bowled a shot or back of the length. "41 overs, scores 153 for 3, lead of 297. The West Indies need quick wickets. They need quick wickets. But if not that, they need to stifle up the runs, because South Africa are going at a monumental rate at the moment. The 4s have been coming quickly. It's not been bad bowling, it's just Keegan Peterson has been on another level ever since he came on. Picked up right where he left off in the first innings, and here he is again. A change of angle from Kevin Sinclair, coming around the wicket now. trying to slide the ball across. Here's a man at backward of point. Ooh, tries to take him on. Tries the reverse sweep there because he saw that there was only one fielder in that area. And Kaya Zondo just runs to him. Passes on a message. What kind of message do you think that would be, Tari?
The message, I think it's listen here. At the moment, just play nice and straight, and then the bad one will come, and then you can punish that. And because there's no rush, guys are have to have a 300 milestone and take it from there. And you can see now is all they have to do is just run between. They got to do running between wickets well, which they're doing.
Yeah, both partnerships that have included Keegan Petersen, there's been brilliant running between the wickets. And he's been taking on the fielder at mid on the whole day. He's been taking the fielder at mid on the whole day. Now I want to see how Kaya Zondo deals with the spin of the mercurial Kevin Sinclair. It's a peculiar stance that Kaya Zondo takes, Dare.
Yeah.
Does it remind you of anyone?
Whoopsie.
Takes him on. Reverse sweep through the point and gully region. Goes for 4. Kaya Zondo. You think he was the one trying to tell Keegan Petersen not to play that shot, but he executes it perfectly himself.
I don't think he was. Yeah.
As the lead gets to 300 now, 302. Effectively, the SAA team is 302 for 3. The West Indies, the batsmen are going to have a monumental task on their hands.
Yeah, I think 500 runs will be fine. I mean, if they bat until tea today and try and ball them out the last couple of last session, and I think they'll do well, and they'll probably get 1 or 2 wickets before end of play, and then come some more and finish them off. Probably get another 8 wickets. Now I was saying to I think earlier on when Kaya was running to Keegan there just to chat, maybe they said, listen, you only sweep when he's coming outside of stump or when he's pitching the ball outside of stump, but when he's coming straight, please don't sweep or play nice and straight.
So the reverse sweep, you don't believe that it's a premeditated shot? You think that the batsman plays it on its merit?
He has to play on its merit because if you play it, which is a straight ball, and there's a risk factor there, and if you miss it, you're gone. So it's good when you play it outside of stump or and then whereby you can when you miss the ball, at least when it hits you outside the line, it won't be it won't be like a train smash.
Brilliant analysis from the legend himself of border cricket, Raymond Boy. Jair McAllister is carrying on with the short pitch deliveries. And you can see that Keegan Petersen is trying to hit that ball in front of square on the leg side. Oh, that's a brilliant short pitch delivery. Keegan Petersen pulls away from that one. He was fortunate earlier on when Jair McAllister had just been introduced, where he was trying to leave one, but it clipped his bat and it went through first slip. Here's McAllister, tireless. Again. Bending his back. the amount of effort it takes as a fast bowler to keep bowling that kind of length. Extremely well conditioned are these West Indies bowlers. Oof. Keegan Peterson plays it well. Drops it dead. With the field that Jair McAllister has, it encourages him to both bowl short as the end of the over comes. The score is 158 for 3 after 43 overs. The partnership, a steady 19. Kaya Zondo's already on 12. 3 boundaries for Kaya Zondo. 2 off his first over. And a beautiful reverse sweep of the Kevin Sinclair over.
I think they still got a 6-3 field, and which means that they're in the defensive mode. And Sinclair is still doing well this side. And I know yesterday he bowled extremely well. Today the guys have to attack him. They're just attacking him and making sure that he's not like. See a straight one. He's respecting it nicely. So I think Sinclair as well. He's got a 5-4 field and offside 4. And that's another sweep. Can you see that? That was outside off stump, and he swept that for 4. That was Kaya Zondo, and well done once again. And he's been mastering it nicely because he sweeps, reverse sweeps when it's outside of stump, because there's low risk there. Okay, and then if it's straight, Kangesi, if it's straight, there's a high risk there. Normally, if you miss that one, you're gone. Now he doesn't want. You can have a look and maybe the next a couple of deliveries and see.
Oh, he tries to take him on. Just as DeRay was explaining it. The West Indies fielders cannot believe it.
Sinclair cannot believe it as well. I just said it.
DeRay had just been explaining that you can't take on the reverse sweep if it's a straight ball. Keegan Peterson, or Kaya Zondo rather, can count himself. Very fortunate there. The sweep is on, the reverse sweep is on, but to the right delivery, because the field is encouraging it. If it's straight, don't take that chance. It's a big risk. And Kaya Zondo, Tare, just an analysis, a small analysis from you of his stance.
Okay.
And his decision to go into that reverse sweep position, because I would like to think that his left foot needs to come across if he's going to play a reverse sweep. And his left foot, when he's on his stance, is very square. So he has to take it a long way to the other side in order to play that shot. Does that affect him?
Yeah,
do you think?
At the moment it doesn't affect him. And when these guys are practicing this, and they practice it every day in, day out, so that they can master the shot. And the little adjustment and the pre movement, it helps him big time. And because he's practicing like often, and he plays that nicely. That 4 that he came straight to the boundary there at third man, it is lovely. He just reversed it nicely there, and which is a great one.
Kaya Zondo dealing in boundaries He's on 16, has hit 4 boundaries. He hasn't had a single yet. A few spectators coming into Buffalo Park to watch the SAA team. East London, a cricket-loving region, appreciating every chance they get to watch some of their heroes. But Kaya Zondo now is holding up play. I think he has a problem with his spikes. The umpire has duly helped him. What would the game be without our lovely umpires, DeRay?
Yes, you're right. Arno Jacobs there is helping Kaya Zondo just to sort out his boots and stuff, and it's a good thing there. You just have to have that good relationship between the umpires and the players.
Keegan Peterson.
Pull it well for 4.
Ezra's spoken about it before. He's trying to hit that pull shot in front of square because there's no one there. And it goes for 4. He muscles it to that area. There's a man at mid-wicket. There's a man at deep point. He hits it between the man at mid-wicket and deep point. Ooh, Jaya McAllister. For once, pitching it up. Keegan Peterson equal to it, just blocks it straight back to him.
Another pull. Pull it well.
Plays it to a similar area, but this time it was a bit squarer. And the fielder on the square leg boundary is able to cut it off and brings it down to 1. It seems as if Keegan Peterson and Kaya Zondo are not bothered by the bounce here or the spin because they've been playing on similar pitches and they've played together at the Dolphins on similar pitches in Durban.
Firstly, the run between the guys between 2 is outstanding. It is highly appreciated and well done to the guys. And once again, as is mentioned, they've been together at the Dolphins. I mean, they're good mates and they've been chatting together. And once again, both of them had a great some opportunities with the SA side. I think they understand each other and they're doing well at the moment.
McAllister running in. Persists with a short ball. Kazondo just drops it. Oh, that's a quick run. Keegan Peterson is very quick between the wickets. And the calling there was very important because they called it early. The man at gully came around to point, threw it in. But Peterson had safely made his ground. That's a good pointer, Ray, because these guys do look like it does seem like they've been batting together for a long time. They understand each other a lot. And like you said, they've been playing on similar surfaces in the KZN region. Similar surfaces, similar conditions, similar weather, everything. Or this time, Keegan Peterson decides to not go for the run. A loud no from him as we end the over. Score is 168 for 3 after 45 overs. The lead, a massive 312. Kaya Zondo's on 17, got his first single. He's been dealing at boundaries up until then. Keegan Peterson, a perfect 46 runs.
$163 for 3, 163 for 3 in 45 overs. 168 for 3.
Keegan Peterson seems to have an injury to one of his right fingers. And now we're gonna have a short break in play as he gets that taken care of by the SA doctor. The partnership is a healthy 28, and the West Indies in dire need of wickets here. It's a solid test for the West Indies bowlers, West Indies fielders. They are 1-0 up in this series. They won the first game up in Benoni, with Kevin Sinclair the hero in that game. And so far has been their best player of this game. He's been ably helped by Zachary McKiskey, who scored brilliantly in the first innings. But now they need everyone to chip in. They need an entire team to pull in, have a collective effort. It doesn't seem like Keegan Peterson is going to walk off here. The team doctor is still working with him. You were saying, Terry, that the South Africa A team would like to have a lead of 500 before tea, and they can have the West Indies batting in the evening session.
That's what I'd look into those lines as a thingy, as a coach, just to have them a little bit of a sniff, whereby they'll just score as quickly as they can and get at least 520 or so, 420 plus. Then from there, I'll let them bat in the last session and see how they're going to take us on. Once again, Zondo is just get a single down to the Empire at Square Lake, and they settled for one. Both Kazondo and Peterson, they played for SA, and they've done extremely well there. Keegan Peterson tried to had a quick single there, but Shana Paul was ready there, down there at Blackwood Square Leg. It's a good shot from Peterson, and it's hitting a short cover there. He just hit the ball straight, took short cover, and they didn't run. And it is 167 for 3, 167 for 3 in 44 overs, and Zondon 18, Keegan Peterson on 46. So what a 30 runs partnership. Ashman Singh is coming into the attack. Change of bowling. And he'll be bowling to Kaya Zondo, who's having 18 on his name. A nice wrist spinner. First ball, cut it nicely, and they settle for 2. And normally with leg spin bowling, wrist bowling, you have to be born as a leg spinner. You can't make a leg spinner. Whoopsie. That one kept a little bit lowish, and I was Kaya Zondo will go forward there, because you don't know what is going to happen when in the second day, so the third day of the game. Whoopsie, no run. Because this ball might keep low in some deliveries, and because it's a far end pitch of the square. Oh, he pull it well. That's 4 runs for Kaya Zondo, and that one pitched a little bit short, and then he just pull it. Now see, I know the leggies, they don't have any most of the control. I mean, if you're an off spinner, I'll prefer off spinner than leggy, because off spinner is easy for you to control that ball, because you can hold it on your nice fingers, and with leg spinner, it's interesting.
Kaya Zondo is toying with the field, yeah? He just hit that ball straight to behind square. He waited for that ball, played it late, closed the face of the bat, played it behind square, there's no one there. And they went through for 1. Just a quick one on that 4 runs he hit on that boundary. He was aware that there was a fielder at deep backwards, a deep square, and a fielder at mid wicket, so he hit it in between those 2 fielders, and he muscled it for 4. And then the very next ball, the West Indies moved that fielder from deep square to deep mid wicket. As we come to the end of the over, it's 176 for 3 of 47 overs. The lead now, it's massive, way over 300.
Yeah, I'll be happy if they can settle for like 520, 540, probably after lunch or so, just before tea, and then they can declare and let West Indies. That's a good run between these 2, Peterson and Zondo. They're doing well. They always say never run on a misfield, but the guys are running on a misfield, and they're cautious in some of this stuff. Oh, that's a good shot from Kevin Peterson, straight through, past the bowler for 4, and he's on 50 at the moment. Well done to Keegan Peterson. He just had his half a century.
Brilliant stuff from Keegan Peterson. We've been saying that his 50 runs have come very quickly and faultless. It needs to be said. He's played brilliantly. Like we said when he was still in his 20s, we said that It's like he's picking up right where he left off in the first innings. And there he goes again, playing with a straight bat. Just knocking it to the fielder at mid-wicket. And the very unfamiliar... Oh, that's a brilliant shot! Over cover, on one knee! Keegan Peterson, take a bow, son! Great entertainment at Buffalo Park. Kevin Sinclair. He'll be replaying that in his mind the whole day, asking himself why he put that ball there. Keegan Peterson putting on a show.
No, that was a lovely shot. I think it's the second time that he's hitting the ball out there. Extra cover for 6, and he's down next to Newell, and he just play each and every ball on its merit, and short and wide, and he just like dispatch it for 6. He doesn't even think about it. It's one of those, and he moves to 56 at the moment. I think he's done well.
The lead now is 331. And you have to ask yourself that at the rate that South Africa are going, they might even be looking at 400 as a lead. What time do you think, again, Tare, because I've been talking to some of the professional players who are here in attendance at Buffalo Park, and they're saying that they think that the SAA team might be looking to bat for the first 17 overs after lunch into the drinks break, and then after that allow the West Indies to come in and have a bat and chase down a total in excess of 360.
That's what I said earlier on. I said if I was a coach, I would bet until lunch, and then from lunch until tea, and then probably if I've got 520 at tea, I'll send them in, and then so that they can. Oh, what a shot! Good shot from Peterson, and they settled for 1 run. And I'll let them bowl. I'll let them bat on the last session where there is some movement as well on the new ball, and just come hard. Oh, what a shot! Well picked up. 1-2 bounces through. That's 4 runs for Kaya Zondo. I think a message has been sent to them so that they can just go and open the arms now. I don't think they'll declare. At least I don't think they'll declare after lunch. They'll probably declare just after tea. Cut and cut wall by Kaya Zondo. It went 3 or 4 runs.
Kaya Zondo continuing to deal in 4s. He's moved on to 35 now, and that's mostly been in 4s. The SA innings going at a very quick rate this morning.
Yeah, I think there's some aggression there from the SAA, and there's some aggression from Kaya Zondo and Keegan Peterson. I think the message has been sent to them to up the run rate and make sure they still keep their wickets and play well.
And that's the end of the over. The score is 197 for 3 in 49 overs. The SAA team have been going at close to 4.5 runs and over. And I'd like to see the run rate for this morning session because they were very slow towards the end of the day yesterday. You could see that they were just trying to see things out.
$197 for 3 after 49 overs. $197 for 3 after 49 overs. Zondo on 35 and Peterson on 57.
There's a change of bowler now for the West Indies. Kavem Hodge coming into the attack. Left arm spin. Different variation. The exact opposite of Kevin Sinclair. Trying to turn the ball away from the right-handers. He has one slip in place. Starts by drifting down the leg side. On drive from Keegan Peterson.
Whoops.
Tries to go for two. But the man at deep square covers that ground so quickly. Cuts it down to one. Can't fault the West Indies fielders for effort. That was Tevin Imlak on the deep square boundary. Kaya Zondo plays it with a straight bat. Hits the inside edge. Goes to the fielder at short fine leg. It's a short fine leg. Very, very square. Almost a backward square leg. Zondo just digs it out. Keegan Peterson wants to go for two.
No.
But the man at long on covers that ground so quickly. Kirk McKenzie at long on. Kaya Zondo showing the full face of the bat there. Blocks it straight back to Kavem Hodge. Hodge is so cool. Reminds me of players of old bowling with his sunglasses on.
Players like Chris Gale and all those guys. Cool guys.
Abhijay Mansin to continue from the Bunkers Hill end. Hodge has been bowling from the graveyard end. The West Indies can count themselves very unfortunate in the evening session and early on in this morning session. They were constantly finding the edge, but the balls were just dropping into spaces or not carrying, just bouncing short.
There were one or two chances there. Can get
Balls it short, gets pulled, but there's cover there on the mid-wicket boundary.
There were chances there. I think Dizozi was dropped at slip, and then one or twice they dropped short. But I mean, there were chances. I mean, fielding. I think today there was a big thingy that was chatted to them by the management that they have to be sharp on the field. 200 for 3 at the moment.
Oh, takes him on
She was
over cow for 6 on one knee. Keegan Peterson.
stunning shot.
That is a stunning shot.
Yeah.
They're still fetching that ball. Keegan Peterson has clearly decided to put his foot down. Tearing into the West Indies attack now. Kaya Zondo is the best seat. Watching from the other end. Partnership. 28 runs.
Good shot. Kevin Peterson just clips it on to hit it, and it's carried for 2 runs. I said for 2 through the covers, and he drives that one nicely. He drives it well. Nice and straight, and he hit it for 1. 209 for 3. 209 for 3. Peterson on 67. Peterson on 67. And Kaya Zondo on 38. He passed the first inning score. Kaya Zondo. He had 35 runs last time. And now at the moment he's on 38. Oh no. Is it 12 o'clock now?
2 minutes.
3 minutes to 12. I think we'll be having load shedding at 12. And seemingly it's a time whereby we're having like load shedding. 12 o'clock it will be back at 3. 211 for 3. Keegan Peterson doing nicely with Zondo, both teammates coming from the Dolphins. Zondo on 39 and Peterson on 67. Good shot. Nice on drive.
Kaya Zondo just gently pushes that ball past the man at cover down to long off for 1 run. Jair McAllister standing at long off. Hodge continuing. Oh, Keegan Peterson tries to take him on, comes down the pitch, but gets an inside edge.
Yeah.
Lands safely though, doesn't go to his stumps. The man at 45 on the leg side manages to gather that ball. Gets to see another date as Keegan Peterson. This time waits for it. Tries to strangle it to the leg side. And survives. And we are on 213 for 3 after 52 overs. And the umpires have called lunch. The SAA team with a massive lead. A massive lead of over 300. The West Indies have it all to do in the second session. And now you need to ask yourself, how are they going to turn?
Nice and sunny. Empire's called lunch. And we'll see you after lunch.
The players and umpires are back on the field. We just finished the first over of the post-lunch session. The West Indies are looking for a momentum shifter here. The SAA team have a 358-run lead. The West Indies are well and truly chasing the game now. We've just seen Akeem Jordan coming back, bowling the first over after lunch, and it seems as if Kavim Hodge will be bowling the second over, coming from the graveyard end with his left arm spin. He bowled a bit in the first session when we were coming to the close of that one, but it was well handled by the likes of Kaya Zondo and Keegan Peterson. As mentioned, the West Indies are chasing the game. The SAA team have a 358-run lead. And Kaya Zondo is looking poised, calm, relaxed. So is Keegan Peterson. Keegan Peterson came down the crease. Oh, good fielding. Good fielding from Shamar Joseph. Saved a certain run there. And that's the kind of intensity that the West Indies are going to need in the second session if they are to turn things around. Taking his time is Kaya Zondo. Shamar Joseph standing at extra cover. Saving a certain one there. Good stuff from Hodge. And you would like to think that the West Indies need to dry up the runs for the SAA team. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery. Pitching on middle stump and almost taking off his off stump there. Kaya Zondo still looks baffled by that one. Oh, next one, just down the leg side. Kaya Zondo's able to nudge it down the ground to the long on boundary for a single. Kavim Hodge seeing the funny side of that one, holding on to Keegan Peterson there. And that's the end of the over. Oh, Keegan Peterson takes a quick single. The fielder was down at long on. Had to come in quickly, but not quickly enough to stop Keegan Peterson from getting the run there. Rotating the strike. Kaya Zondo rotating the strike brilliantly so far in his first 2.1 overs. Ooh, down the ground. But the fielder at mid-off is able to cut that one down to 1 run. Keegan Peterson has shown his intention very early on here, looking to come down the ground. It's the second time now he's done that for Akeem Jordan. Was good fielding from Akeem Jordan off his own bowling. Oh, Kaya Zondo drops it. But Sinclair is asking Kaya Zondo, take me on, buddy, take me on. Sinclair standing at point, saying, don't drop it short to me, bud. Don't drop it short to me. I'll get there in a flash. Quite the character is Kevin Sinclair. Oh, keeping a consistent line is Akeem Jordan, bowling just outside off. Even when he strays off to sixth stump or fifth stump. Such is the small margin for error that he's giving himself. Here's a sweeper between point and cover. Here's a man at deep mid-wicket and a man at Kaya Zondo. No feet, just throws his hands at it. The ball goes down to third man where Tagarine Chandapo is there. He has 4 men on the boundary, 2 on the leg side, 2 on the offside. Third man and fine leg. Deep mid wicket and deep cover or sweeper. It's not really an attacking field for Akeem Jordan, just depending on that line right there. That line right there, asking the batsman, make something out of nothing. Create your own runs, because I've got cover everywhere. Create your own boundaries. Are you comfortable with dealing in ones? Kavim Hodge to carry on from the... Ooh! It's quite close to the pad there. But Kaya Zondo was equal to it. Nudges it down the ground. The man at long on comes in, helps him out there. Just 1 run. Tries to back away there, but the ball was too close to him. Cuts it, but it goes straight to the man at cover, at extra cover. The Windies will be happy with the rate so far. As I say that, Keegan Peterson plays a brilliant cut. Cutely executed. Behind point. Goes for 4. Lovely stuff from the man.
You're right, and I think they're complementing each other here, and whereby Zondo will just get a single and get a 1 or 2, and then all of a sudden Kevin Peterson will just go there and hit a nice cut or pull or a nice drive to extra cover or extra cover for 6 or so. Scored 223 for 3. as I mentioned earlier on, the guys are just complementing each other, and Peterson, Zondo getting a single there, 224 for 3, 224 for 3 after 56 overs, 58 overs, or 56.1 overs.
Oh, Akeem Jordan. He says, "I'm back from lunch, buddy. I'm back from lunch." Keegan Peterson ably ducking under that one, telling himself, "I'm gonna do things on my own terms. If I want to take you on, I'll do it when I want to." The West Indies trying to bait Keegan Peterson because they have a player there on the square leg boundary, between square leg and mid wicket. If he takes him on, it goes straight to that fielder. They also have someone at fine leg. Small consultation between the South African batters.
And the bowlers still going 6-3 field on the offside of Peterson.
Oh, he takes him on
That's
over the pavilion. Keegan Peterson's not playing any games. It's a match, but it's not a game. Akeem Jordan trudges back to his mark, asking himself, how did I get it wrong? Keegan Peterson is saying, I can only get it right. That's a huge six.
As I've spoken once again, I mean, if you bowl something short once again to kick it, Keegan Peterson, you'll go and fetch it over the park.
It's something to marvel at because Keegan Peterson is such a diminutive figure. So you would think that one of his weaknesses would be the short ball, but every time has been attacked with it, he's dealt with it so well.
Yeah, I think as you mentioned earlier on, at the moment it's on 79, and I think he's been doing well. And when the bad ball comes, he just punishes it for 6 or for 4.
At the end of 57 overs, the score is 230 for 3. The West Indies a long way behind. The South Africans with a lead of 274. Would you be thinking about declaring now with a lead of 274?
No, not at all. As I mentioned earlier on, I'll ask the guys to bet and bet on until tea time. At that stage, probably the score will be 520 plus, and then from there I'll declare and give them, and then at least if I can get 2 or 3 wickets before end of play, that will be great and satisfactory from my side.
And what do you think about the strategy between the South Africans now? Because, like you said, it's like they understand each other's game so well, having played with each other for so long at the Dolphins. Kaya Zondo is just rotating the strike, and Keegan Peterson is giving us the highlights here. Big sixes, big fours, classy fours. Is it a strategy that you would endorse as a coach?
As I mentioned earlier on, the guys are complementing each other, with Zondo getting singles and Peterson just nudging as well, punishing the bad ball, and he goes and goes hard. I mean, he's been hitting sixes towards extra cover, which is great, pulling it as well, and hitting big sixes over the park, which is great.
So, with that being said, the West Indies right now are employing 4 fielders on the boundary in front of square. With both batters, would you think it's more sensible to have the fielders come in for Kaya Zondo and maybe go out to the boundary for Keegan Peterson?
I think that's what they're doing at the moment. I mean, we have to play like a jigsaw, whereby you you open up for Peterson, because he's like, the guy who's like being aggressive, and the other one is just getting nudges like singles and twos as well.
Well, yeah. At the end of that over, the score is 232 for 3 after 58 overs. The lead is a massive 372. And the West Indies have decided to have a change in bowler. Shamar Joseph is coming back. The fast bowler, he was the one who got the wicket. The breakthrough in the morning when he got the wicket off Tony Dizorzi. And is back now and is bowled pretty well on day 3 after having strayed a bit in the evening session last night. Oh, and right on the money,
First ball
hits
on
the
money.
dick.
First ball on the money. I mean, this is a campaigner who's been doing well. This guy, Sharma Joseph, has been super, and she's been doing well. And it's hitting the right areas, setting up the batters. And he's coming for his second spell this afternoon.
It's 2 balls in, hitting the same area. With a field that does need some explaining. You have a sweeper on the offside, and a man at deep square, a fine leg, and a third man. Just a man at cover and at point on the offside.
Yeah, what is interesting as well, there are no sleeps there, and you got one sweeper and fine leg boundary, and you can see all the guys on the boundary now. For Kevin Peterson, they're on the defensive mode. Okay, they've got Kagali, they've got points, they've got covers, they've got mid off. Sort of 6-3 field as well, 3 on the onside, and.
Oh, well bowled. Outside off stump, Keegan Peterson pushes at it, hits the outside edge, but it's too far from the gully on his left hand side. The man at third man chases it down, keeps it down to 2. It's very important to understand that there's a bigger context here. It's not a once-off match. It's a 3-match series. The West Indies A are leading 1-0.
Yeah.
And South Africa A are trying to strike back.
Oh, good
What a
shot.
shot from Keegan Peterson. Bisects the field, but the ball, will it have the legs to get to the boundary? Oh no, not. It will not. Great fielding from the West Indies. Never giving up on that ball. Shamar Joseph hitting the right lines. Just Keegan Peterson was able to open up the face late and hits that ball past the cover fielder. But the man at long off is able to get to it. Oh, tries him again.
Another-
Takes the one.
You could
the
see
captain
that,
will have a talking to with that fielder because he wasn't even walking in.
yeah, he's spot on. I mean, he saw that the guy was laying back. He didn't even cautious of the single, and that's why Kevin Pearson just ran, and he's on 85 at the moment. And as I've said, the guys are complementing each other. And Zonda is on 47, and Peterson on 85.
59 overs gone, 237 for 3. A lead of 381. South Africa trying to drain out, or trying to drown out rather, the hopes of the West Indies. Trying to sink them even before they swim. Oh, tries to save it, doesn't get to it, does Sharma Joseph. Keegan Peterson gets a bonus run. That was great calling. You heard a loud call of wait, and then a yes. Basics of cricket.
We always tell the boys that only three calls in cricket. Even the coaches, when I was doing the coach education, and I'm still doing it in cricket. That's a good run.
Oh,
between
good
the balls.
running between the wickets.
Oh, there's another run coming.
Keegan Peterson had run all the way through there, never stopped.
Yeah.
There was no chance for him to come back for a third single.
Yes, we always tell the guys, I mean, running between wickets, you have to back up, all right? And then you have to make sure that you got those three calls. Yes, no, wait. Thing is on 49.
Ooh. Kaya Zondo. Perhaps the anxiety of being close to 50, getting the better of him there.
Yeah.
Advances down the wicket, plays the defensive shot. Kavim Hodge saw him coming, changed his length.
Oh.
Straight to the fielder, gets taken.
Oh no.
Backward of point, Kaya Zondo trying to go for the reverse sweep, finds the fielder. Takes a simple catch. Gone on 49 of 61 deliveries. Just the breakthrough that the West Indies A were looking for. It's a shot he's been playing so well.
I mean, what I can say to you with that shot that Zonda played. The first ones he was just hitting them on the ground, all right, and then all of a sudden, this one is like he wanted to hit it over the fielder, which is not a great thing. That's why he got out like that. He's supposed to hit it on the ground so that he can get a four or a thingy. And that reverse sweep, as I mentioned once again, the ball was straight, and it's good when you hit it when it's outside of stump. Yes, as well. I mean, there was a big bounce from the ball, and it's good when you hit it on the ground, because if you hit it on the ground, you're safe. But if you hit it up there, you're out. I mean, once again, going out at 49, it's not a great thing, but scores on the board, 240 for 4.
Kaya Zondo will be disappointed with that because he was able to get another start to build an inning, and then he just loses his wicket. But that brings Rowan de Swart into the crease. The young all-rounder coming in at number 6. He also got a start in the first innings, the left-hander.
Yeah, Rowan, I think he's done well in that middle order, and he's been steering the ship nicely there. And let's see how he's going to perform this time around.
Played a brilliant counter-attacking inning in the first innings. And there he goes again. Starts well. So tall. Just puts in a big stride. Nudges the ball down to the long off boundary. Gets off the mark straight away. Brings Keegan Peterson back on strike, was on 86 of 100 balls. Ooh, Keegan Peterson tries to play the ball back down the ground, but he catches the outside edge. Has a leading edge to that ball, almost catches it, did the bowler. Kevin Hodge has made a difference.
Yeah, I think what I've chatted to you about, I mean, getting on 500. Anything can happen here. That's why the guys have to play safe and probably declare after tea or whatever, but they must have runs on the board. And we cannot underestimate these guys and bat and get like 400 lead. We have to make sure that we go there and bat properly and get probably 520 plus. And then from there, you can be able to, it makes you confident you could be able to defend the score at Buffalo Park on the last day, which is tomorrow.
It would be nice to get a stat of all the 4-day matches here at Buffalo Park, whether or not you usually win when you bat first or bat second in a 4-day game. But that's a good point that you're making there, Tere. And the SAA team now has a lead of 385, so they're pretty close to the 400 that you were talking about, and they've been going at it at a very good rate. The Windies bowlers have been toiling hard. You cannot fault their effort or even their quality. It's just that some things haven't gone their way so far. But these guys are professionals. You expect them to know that a wicket is around the corner, as it's just been proven now. They need the wicket of the settled Keegan Peterson right now. But they take the one of Ruan de Swart as well.
I think they're going to go for 2. They settled for 2. Something happened to de Swart's pad.
Probably wasn't strapped on properly enough.
Yes. I mean, I know you become nervous when you're going into bed. And it's one of those things.
And then you forget.
Sometimes you forgot and you don't know what you yes. And nervousness is the one, anxiety is the one who just makes you there.
Let's see Samoa Joseph coming in. Ruan de Swart.
He's going for.
Oh, brilliant fielding from Jair McAllister. His fielding has been suspect the entire morning, but in the afternoon, he cuts that ball off, standing at third man. He slides in, but it seems like his leg or his knee got stuck in the ground there and is hopping. I'm not sure if he's hopping off. Oh no, he's a big lad. He's back on his feet, gathering some strength. But you can see that Ruan de Swart wants to keep the same energy going.
And they change the field now, once again, 5-4 field with square leg boundary, fine leg, short square leg, backward square leg, and mid wicketish, and mid on. Deep, not so deep, but halfway, mid on, yeah.
As you're explaining, Tere, they have a 5-4 leg side field. It's a clear plan for Shamar Joseph to be bowling straight. And his last ball, he bowled extremely straight and almost got Ruan de Swart leg before. There he goes again. Tests him with a bouncer. Umpire says one One for the over. Ruan de Swart told himself he wants nothing to do with that. Let's see if Shamar Joseph persists. Let's see if Shamar Joseph persists with that short stuff. Oh, nice. Back to his stock delivery to end the over. The score is 245 for 4 after 61 overs. SAA with a huge lead. Edging ever closer to a 400-run lead. Edging ever closer to their 250. And Keegan Peterson is edging ever closer to 100. Kavim Hodge set to continue from the graveyard end. Trying to break or to take care of Keegan Peterson with the lead at 389. 86 of those runs have come off the bat of Keegan Peterson, who's played a flawless inning so far. Understanding that the dynamic is a bit different now with the ball turning away from you. You can't be playing to the leg side so liberally. Comes down the crease. He comes down the wicket and Kavim Hodge sees him, changes the length. Keegan Peterson decides to block the ball. Ooh, there's brilliant bowling from Kavim Hodge. Keegan Peterson hasn't been used to this in this inning so far. He hasn't faced 4 balls where he hasn't gotten a run. Will the pressure tell? Ably blocks it. Shows the full face of the bat. Signs of a man with composure.
$245 for 4, $245 for 4 and 86 overs. And sorry, 62 overs. And Peterson on 86 and this was on 3.
It's good to see from the Windies as one of their players comes off the field, Jordan Johnson taking his place.
The substitute in now, or number 12, Dothman in, and I think it still remains 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for field again. They brought the man back.
We'll try to see for you who Jordan Johnson has come in for. Jordan Johnson, the substitute fielder, come into field at backward square. Shamar Joseph carrying on bowling from the Bunkers Hill end, bowling with the same intensity as he has been their entire test match. Oh, tries to test Ruan de Swart, bowls too full, gets driven through the cover region all the way for 4.
I think that one was a little bit fuller, and I mean, if you give your left hander, he'll just free his arms and punch that for 4 through the covers, which is a great shot.
Rowan de Swart never needs a second invitation. Even early on in his innings, if you bowl a ball, a juicy half volley like that, he will capitalize.
I think there's something happening at the maybe the covers or what is happening.
It's one of the CSA banners.
All right, they just went into the field, and one of the fielders has taken the banner out the field of play, and Arne Jacobs is just showing hands there. What is actually happening, guys? Why not putting the banners there in the right place?
It's a strong Buffalo Park wind causing its own chaos. Oh, nudges it down, drifts down the leg side.
The ball.
Chandapo is not able to cut that one out. Another 4 for Rowan de Swart. Straying to the leg side is Shamar Joseph. Going back to one of the things he did in his first spell in the evening session.
Arne Jacobs is a little bit angry there because the third umpire, ground staff, and everybody is not taking the banner, and the banner is just blown into the thingy as well.
Ooh. Shamar Joseph decides to revert to the short deliveries. Rowan de Swart once more choosing to evade. It's important to stress that Shamar Joseph is bowling the short balls knowing that he has
Square boundary.
a man on the square leg boundary and a man at fine leg.
Oops.
There he goes again. A quick single. Keegan Peterson makes it look like it's a stroll in the park.
Yeah.
An easy single for him. And he was running to the danger end. Last ball of the over. Let's see what Shamar Joseph can do here.
Oh,
Keegan Peterson mishits that one,
I know.
but he gets 2 runs. The West Indies have 2 fielders on the deep. And the ball went into the gap in the cover region. To end the over, the score is now 256 for 4 after 63 overs. Keegan Peterson on 88 of 108 balls. Rowan de Swart going at a runner ball, 12 of 12. The lead is massive.
Can I share something now? With Keegan Peterson hitting that ball straight to the covers, what happened is that they have to run 2. Why? Because this side from the ocean is like a little bit wideish because they're playing on the far end pitch. And what happened is that earlier on this morning and even yesterday, guys were 20 meters from the boundary. Now this time around, they're like 5 meters or 2 meters from the boundary, which is not a great thing to do because that's a long boundary this side and a short boundary on the left hand side from where we're standing.
So Tare making a great analysis there. Explaining, Keegan Peterson takes another quick single, makes it look easy. Tare is making some great analysis here. Sorry, Tare. Tare is making some great analysis here to your screen. The right-hand side to your screen is a very long boundary because we're playing on the far end strip here at Buffalo Park. So fielders normally wouldn't be standing right on the edge of the boundary, but they stand 20 to 30 meters inside so that they can cut off those chances of Two runs being ran. That's a brilliant analysis, Terry.
You're spot on there. And another thing that I pick up as well, I mean, I know they're changing like 6-3 field, 5-4 field, which is not bad. And maybe thingy as well, Sharma Joseph's a little bit tired at the moment. I think he bowled 1 over more, and which is the good oopsie. And with Peterson going to his 100, that he's going to get, and he's going with ones now at the moment. At the moment, he's cautious. He's getting singles, getting twos. He's running twos. He's not going for those big ones. I don't know whether you just spotted that, because I observed that now. He's been getting singles and he's getting twos. Running between wickets has been so brilliantly, which is great.
So you're explaining, Terry, that Keegan Peterson understands is playing the situation. He understands the situation. When he was in his 50s and 60s, he was going in boundaries, but now is playing the more sensible cricket as he's edging closer to his 100. He's nudging singles there, ones and twos.
He's spot on.
I hear you, Terry.
Because that's what I observe now. I mean, you can see he's not going for those big ones and extra cover and going big. He's just like cautious and getting these singles going.
And that is the more natural way for Keegan Peterson to play. It's very rare that you see him dealing in boundaries as he was in his first 70 runs of this innings. But now he's back to his basics, back to his strategy number 1, which is rotating the strike. And it's actually just pitched to me, Terry, that since he is batting with a man as powerful as Rowan de Swart, he can change roles now if he feels that the situation requires him to do so.
Yes, I mean, Rowan is a good striker of the ball, and I can see he's hitting the ball. If you can check on his wagon wheel, some runs going to the leg side, on side. He's a good rotation of strike. He's a good strike of the ball, which is good. And with Keegan now, and then going to his 100, he just have to nudge the twos and nudge the ones and twos so that he can reach his 100. And then after that, I think he'll probably go for it.
Once more, the score is 259 for 4 after 64 overs. Jair McAllister back into the attack. Rowan de Swart ably defends that one. SAA, the lead is now over 400. It's 403. The Windies are getting battered out of this one. The Windies batters have a monumental task up their hands. Well played by Rowan de Swart, showing that he has a bit of touch in his game as well. Opens the face late there. The ball goes to the point region, the vacant point region. The fielder at point was standing way down in the deep point boundary. Takes an easy single there. Gets Keegan Peterson on strike. Keegan Peterson, 89 of 110 balls. He's slowed down since he got to the higher 80s.
Yeah, I think he started nasty. McAllister started well earlier on. And Jair, I think if he can stick to those lines that he was bowling in the first ball, I think he'll be successful coming back to the attack.
Ooh, test some of the bouncer. Keegan Peterson decides to leave that one alone. It perhaps wasn't as close to the body as Jair McAllister intended it to be. Keegan Peterson, being the player that he is, will know that the ramp shot is on with a third man so square.
I think there was a slow chat there. I mean, a few chat there. He just walk around. Rowan just to say, listen, there are two men behind you. Good ball. No run. And Keegan wanted to steal a run there, just to come close to his century, but I think Sharma there was ready. Psychologically, if South Africa get their 500, and I think it will start. Oh man, pull that to the guy who was like between mid on and mid wicket, and for no run. It's Peterson. Can you guys sit on the other side, please, man? Because you're making noise here. Sorry.
No one was complaining. Now you want two people to see you.
It's in the plastic. In your car? Yes.
And that's the end of the over. The score is 261 for 4 after 65 overs.
Raymond, is this a problem or is this
Good fielding off his own bowling by Kevin Hodge. Keegan Peterson in the nervous 90s. 90 of 115 balls. Releases himself, does Keegan Peterson, for two runs. Good shot over extra cover. But the man at long off is able to cut that one off just to 2 runs. Good running.
And Deswart is been assisting this guy for running those twos, and that's a good compliment as well from him.
This time he just nudges it down. Throw to the keeper. Gets there.
Yes, that's what I said. I mean, it's good. It's good for Rowan to assist his mates to run those twos, which is great.
Rowan Deswart showing how quick he is running between the wickets. Gave Keegan Peterson a run for his money there. For a second, Keegan Peterson didn't look like he was keen on taking that second single.
No, he was not. He was not. I mean, he was just strolling down, but all of a sudden.
Solid defense from Keegan Peterson on 94 of 118 balls. 119 rather.
Good shot.
Shot down the ground from Keegan Peterson. Chandler Paul at long on. Gathers it to end the over. Peterson is on 95. He takes the strike. Score is 266 for 4 after 66 overs. Rowan de Swart ably supporting his partner on 15 of 18 balls. The lead, 410. Jair McAllister, given the task by captain Joshua De Silva to take the big wicket of Keegan Peterson. Jair McAllister with the task of stopping Keegan Peterson from scoring the first 100 here at Buffalo Park in this match. Solid defense from Keegan Peterson. I'd like to see the stats on Jair McAllister, how many balls he's bowled at the back of the length, too short.
And once again at Buffalo Park, East London, ladies and gents, we're still on load shedding until 3 o'clock this afternoon. It's 12. It is what it is, ladies and gents. $266 for 4. $264 for 4. SAA versus West Indies A side.
Keegan Peterson takes it on, but straight to the man at the deep square leg boundary.
As I mentioned to you, Keegan Peterson now is being cautious in hitting the ball on the air. He's always now hitting the ball on the ground as much as possible, getting close to the 100. I mean, I'm telling you, after his 100, you can see some great shots. And yeah, I think he's done well. He's done well. And then the bowler now is coming around, and with the change of the field, left-hander, Rowan de Swart.
Rowan de Swart, the left-hander, and Jair McAllister, like Tari just said, changing the angle, coming around the wicket. Abhijay Manson now standing at mid-wicket. Ooh, where's it? He wears it. The umpire says it's too high up. It hit him on the arm, on the elbow. Perhaps he was expecting that one to go up, to come up.
Yes.
It didn't bounce as much as he was expecting it to.
Sure, man.
And it just clatters onto his elbow. He's still feeling it.
They always say don't rub it.
What happens when you rub it?
Yeah, don't rub it. I mean, you're just showing the bowler that is, that's so.
Ooh,
It's keeping low now, It's keeping low now.
that's very good bowling from Jair McAllister. After bowling the short ball, Rowan de Swart got stuck on the crease.
I think what he's doing now is bowling to those bowling marks for the bowlers, right-hand bowlers now, because he's coming around the wicket and hitting those, and then the ball just goes, it dies down to the keeper. Because I mean, this one, both of these, they roll straight to the keeper, bowling on the bowlers' marks. That's what is happening.
Also, the bowlers' foot marks.
Yes,
When the bowlers were coming from over the wicket, the right-handed fast bowlers in the opposite end.
Yeah.
Oh, Rowan de Swart getting pampered here by Jair McAllister. And that brings us to the end of the over. An eventful over from Jair McAllister bowling to Ruwan de Swart. The score is 267 for 4 after 67 overs. Keegan Peterson needing a towel here just to wipe off that sweat of the nervous 90s. And we're on a drinks break with a lead of 411. The SAA team don't just have a lead of 411, but Keegan Peterson is on 96, and they are in a commanding position. The West Indies have it all to do here. A reminder, it's the second unofficial test between these two nations. The West Indies won the first one up in Benoni, with Kevin Sinclair being the hero, batting the West Indies to a win, scoring 80 in the fourth innings. They're going to need a collective effort in the fourth innings to win this one.
Yeah, and we mustn't underestimate. I think the guys must be cautious. Mustn't underestimate the West Indian guys batting as well, because they're done well up in thingy at Benoni. I think that's why I'm saying, if I was a coach, 520 will be a good score here, and let them in.
520, you heard it from Raymond Boy. Kavim Hodge, first ball after lunch. Keegan Peterson tries to move back away and caress it to the offside, but Kevin Sinclair is equal to it. Now the second ball, Keegan Peterson closes the bat late, hits it to backcourt square. The man at short fine leg doesn't cut it off in time. Keegan Peterson gets through for a single. Moves on to 97 of 125. The lead is 412 now. And Ruwan de Swart on strike. Tries to nudge it. Keegan Peterson not taking any chances. The ball went to the man at short fine leg. Was able to cut that ball off and get it into the keeper quickly. Oof. Ruwan de Swart looked to have come way too far across there. Ball almost hit him on the back leg. Interesting stance is standing at outside off stump. He's taking his guard from outside off stump, perhaps trying to negate the turn. Doesn't want to give the ball too much time to turn. Gets to it. One knee. Big 6 over mid wicket. Freezes arms. He had been stifled. That entire over was Ruwan de Swart. Keegan Peterson changing his gloves. That was a big shot.
Third and the fourth one. Number 1 and 2. I think number 2 is in now with his gloves. Normally the guy's got 4 pair of gloves.
The score is 274 for 4. The lead is 418. And now you have to start thinking, will the SAA team look to declare?
As I mentioned, King SCL on, I'd love to, they have to declare, but they can't declare now. They have to declare, I think, a T-top. I think it gives them time to try and bowl them out, get 2-3 wickets before the end of play, and then comes tomorrow and just try and finish it off.
Jair McAllister tries the short stuff. Keegan Peterson gets to his 100 with a pull shot in front of square. Brilliant innings. Keegan Peterson with a flawless inning. A magnificent century. Ruwan de Swart gives him a massive hug. Gets there with a pull shot in front of square. It's been his stock shot throughout his inning.
Well-deserved 100 from, well-deserved century from Keegan Peterson. He's done well. I mean, first innings got 6-7 of 1. I think 60, no. He scored 60 odd as well early on. And this time around he scored nasty.
He scored 67 in the first inning.
124 balls. Now this time around he scored a century. He's still doing well, and I think it's a good batting display from Kevin Peterson point of view, and sort of Keegan Peterson, and once again he just putting his hand up for maybe for the next coming test against India.
Cuts it away. Just for 1, because the man who was a sweeper ran across the field and cut that down to 1 and gave it to the keeper. Yeah, just on that, Keegan Peterson's 100 is monumental because It gives the Proteas selectors a massive headache because he has been trying to make that number 3, number 4 spot his own.
Yeah, you're right, and I think we need a steady guy like that. I mean, like Kallis, Pedersen, just to steady the ship there in the Test cricket.
Rowan de Swart chases a wide one, but hits it straight to the man at cover. Shamar Joseph feeling it. That ball was hit hard, but straight to him.
And once again, there's the bowling of Magalista is 5-4 field. I think he's got 5 on the offside and 4 on the leg side.
Well played. Just puts his bat there, and it goes for 4.
Gee,
Between the man at cover and deep back and point.
deep point.
What a shot.
As I mentioned, Kengesi, the guys are going to carry on. They're going to bet until they get to 500. I'm telling you, 520 will be the good score. I mean, we have to give guys a chance to be in the middle and just there to make sure that they're doing well, preparing for the next 4-day cricket. Yo,
Jeez.
that's huge.
Jair McAllister ends the over with a massive bouncer. Score is 283 for 4 after 67 overs. Keegan Peterson got to his 102 of 128 balls. The lead in excess of 400 now. And Kevin Sinclair is being reintroduced into the attack. Sinclair trying to break this partnership of 43 runs. Trying to strangle this lead that the SAA team have. A lead of 427. And as you heard it from Raymond, the SAA team are going to try and get to a lead of 520 before they declare. Sinclair coming back onto the attack. You have Chandapo at long on. McKeskey going down to long off. There's a fielder at deep point and a fielder at deep square. All around the park, but Keegan Peterson just guides it down the ground. Looks for 2, but Chandapo cuts that one down to 1. Sinclair employing the same strategy as he did in previous spells, changing angles every time he bats to a left-handed or right-handed bowler. Ooh, that one picked up off the surface. He's very tall for an off spinner, is Sinclair.
Yes. What I wanted to put you into perspective as well. Now this is the third day, and you can see that the ball is keeping low from this side, the graveyard end, and that shows that if the guys are bowling wicket to wicket, they'll be on the money there. South Africa bowl wicket to wicket on the seam bowlers, and then spin bowlers. The ball will turn, and it will stay low as much as possible, and they'll be able to get wickets.
We've got some youngsters watching here at Buffalo Park, and if they were watching that shot there from Rowan de Swart, showed a brilliant use off his wrist there. Managed to take a ball that was outside the line of off stump to backward of square.
Yeah, I could not agree with you. Kangesi, I saw that one. Peterson, he just went back, and all of a sudden Sinclair followed the guy, and he just blocked the ball from probably at leg sides, and I think it was the first and the second stump on the leg side, and then he just blocked it from there. We could see all 3 wickets.
Jeez,
Paul
punishes it
pull it
to the
well,
mid-wicket boundary, but McKeskey is able to cover that side
and they set
so
it forward.
well, so quick across the ground. They settle for one to end the over. The score is 287 for 4 after 70 overs. Keegan Peterson, 104. McAllister, they're changing him now. The lead in excess of 400.
And 27.
Kevin Hodges back on, changing ends. Was bowling from the graveyard end. Now he's bowling from the Bunkers Hill end. He's got a long on and long off. Just asking Rowan de Swart to take him on. He's also got a deep mid wicket and a mid wicket. Easy single there.
You can see even on Rowan, I think there are about 5 fielders on the boundary. 2 sweepers, square boundary, and long on, long off. Oh,
Keegan
yes.
Peterson takes him on over Carl. A massive 6.
Wow. Wow.
Just gave himself a bit of room. Kevin Hodge followed him, and Keegan Peterson said thank you very much.
What I said to you, my bro, I said he was cautious in getting singles until he gets to 100. Now he passes 100, and I said you're gonna see some cracking shots. That's what is happening.
They're still looking for the ball, or they've acquired it. They've acquired it now. What's the plan here for the West Indies? They've taken the mid-wicket fielder, the deep mid-wicket fielder, and put him a bit more square. Kevin Hodge playing it a bit safe there, asking Keegan Peterson to go in search of that delivery.
Oopsie.
Ooh, there was a chance there.
Think there are 2 there? No.
Keegan Peterson smashed that ball to the guy at at cover.
Yes.
Just bounced short in front of him. And they scampered through for a single because he wasn't able to control that one. Rowan de Swart is on strike now. Oh, he
Very-
tries it.
And then you can see now there are about 6 guys on the boundary. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys on the boundary for Rowan. And for Kevin, probably 5 4 field. Yeah.
That's true, Terry. And that run from Keegan Peterson brought up the 50 partnership. So it's been brilliant batting from these two.
It's lovely, man.
Brilliant batting. Great support from Rowan de Swart to Keegan Peterson. Keegan Peterson marshalling the innings here for the SAA team. Kevin Sinclair seems to have made a mistake in his run up there. Keegan Peterson just punches it down the ground to the long on boundary. But Chanderpaul runs in and saves it from being a 2, just keeps it down to 1. Chanderpaul not standing on the boundary, about 10 meters in now, with Ruan de Swart on strike. Kevin Sinclair asking his short fine leg to go to short third man. Ooh. That was close. That was close. Seems to have skidded on that one.
Yes. And I was just going to tell you something. I'll chat to you about that. Sometimes it's like a little bit difficult for the guys coming around the wicket. I mean, do you think it's doing so? Or they declare? Do you think they declare?
It seems like the SAA team has declared
Score.
with the score on 297 for 4 and Keegan Peterson 112. A massive lead. This also gives a chance for Keegan Peterson to lead everyone out the field, to be applauded out by everyone, by his peers, by his teammates in opposition. The lead is 441. They've declared on 297 for 4. Keegan Peterson getting applauded off 112 of 134 balls. Flawless inning. Surely. The knock is too loud for the Proteas selectors to ignore. The West Indies now, they need 442 to win this game. That is a massive total, a massive challenge lying ahead of them. But you have to back them to do their best, and you have to back the South African bowlers to try and stop them.
And I think they've done extremely well. I was looking after drinks. Now the thing is before drinks. I think they're giving themselves time to carry on and to carry on and to carry on and get some wickets. But I mean, it's good for South African thingy. I know we need like aggression there, but that's for good. And congratulations and to Keegan Peterson to get a nice century there, around 12 not out. Kengesi, over to you.
Thank you, Tere. We'll be back for the chase, the West Indies chase of 442 here at Buffalo Park in East London. This is the second unofficial test between these two nations. The first one, the West Indies won, so the West Indies lead 1-0 in the series.
How you?
How are you?
Good, good. And you?
Me?
Ah, Tari, Bambi.
How are you?
Okay. West Indies A coming into about they've got a target of 442 to chase, and with Sanapol steadily there and looking to get the runs.
Oh, Dane Patterson. That's exactly how he bowled to Chanderpaul in the first innings. Kept at that line consistently until he found the edge. He'll be looking for the same thing now. The Windies have a huge total to chase down. And you'd like to think that South Africa are favourites in this position, but you never count a team out, especially a team with the history that the West Indies does. Well defended by Chanderpaul, solid forward defence.
We're just looking to the South Africa A, whereby they got their left and right combination, which was great, and I think it maybe most of the time puts off the bowler. That's the thingy whereby you have to bowl to your left hander, all of a sudden the right hander comes in, and you have to change your line and length. And yeah, I think even now with these guys, West Indies have got left Chanderpaul, left hander, and left right combination is a worrying thingy for the opening bowlers.
So, with a day and a half to go, chasing such a big total, what's the approach if your natural style involves flair and free-flowing shots? Do you do as you know that you used to, or do you play the situation and keep yourself calm and composed and hit the ball as it comes, play the ball with its to its merit?
Yeah, I would say there are different roles that the guys can play on the field, and it's up to the coach sometimes and the captain sometimes to say, well, I'm giving you a role to go out there and play your normal shots. And some of the guys will say, well, I should try to go there and play an anchor man, whereby the people will play around you, and those are the things that normally the coach will give, like giving roles to the players. And sometimes if you're getting a flair playing player, whereby he normally play with flair and everything, and you said to him, go and block, and then normally it gets himself out.
Well played. Down to the fine leg boundary. Tsepo Moreki covers it nicely and throws it back to the keeper. They go through for one. Just a reminder that the West Indies are chasing 442 for victory. It's day 3 of the second unofficial test between South Africa A and the West Indies A. So West Indies lead 1-0 in this series, and South Africa are trying to level it. And there are massive changes in the field here. South Africa have 2 slip fielders in the gully, 2 slip fielders in the gully, and Kaya Zonder's just moving across now from square leg to point. But the ball's hit straight to the man at cover, Mihlali Mpongwana. the tall all-rounder for the SAA team.
Another 6-3 field for South Africa as well. 2 slips gully.
Oh, Chandapo!
He's gone. Gee whiz, that was a good bowling. Good bowling from the bowler, and Chandapo's got behind, and the keeper just do all the Fortin doing all the great job there at the back, and he bowled good ones straight to him, and all of a sudden one away from him, whereby just follow the ball and nick off straight to the keeper.
Yeah, Chandapo, a victim of his own errors there. No feet movement, just swung his hands at the ball. As Dare said, the balls were coming in, so he didn't feel the need to move, and then one just went out. He just swung his hands, he didn't move his feet, and the keeper, duly obliged, taking a sharp low catch. The Windies are in trouble here.
That was a good bowling. From the SAA opening bowlers.
Ruan de Swart.
Good all-rounder de Swart. He's been a great campaigner once again, and he just bowled him nicely straight to him, and all of a sudden he takes one away, and he just followed the ball straight to Fortin's hands at the back, and that was the end of Chandapo. And at this moment, 1 for 1. That's the West Indies.
Shot, but Dane Pete is able to cover that, standing at mid-off. Kirk McKenzie facing Ruan de Swart. Oh, edges it himself. But they go through for one. The ball just bounces short of third slip. Good lines from Ruan de Swart to end the over. A successful over for the SAA. The score is 2 for 1 after 2. McKiskey and McKenzie in.
At the moment, 2 for 1. Sana ball is gone. Ruan de Swart, he bowled extremely well, bowling 2 straight ones, 3 straight ones, and then he bowled one away from Chandapo. Chandapo followed the ball, and which is a good plan for the young fellow. Dan Pitt. Ooh. I beg your pardon, Dan Pedersen.
Once again, McKenzie. Kirk McKenzie, rather. Not moving his feet, just trusting his hands and hitting the ball, driving the ball. Straight to Tony DeZorzi at mid-off, rather. Dane Patterson. The second innings hasn't put a foot wrong. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery. Nothing McKenzie could have done there. The ball pitched between middle and off, and it seemed away from him. The SAA slip fielders will feel like they're in the game, yeah? And you can see that coming from the Bunkers Hill end, the ball isn't carrying to the keeper. So Clyde Fortain, the SAA keeper, has just instructed himself and his slip fielders to just move a foot closer.
Yes, that's what I observed in the innings, SAA innings, whereby you could see when Zondo and Pedersen were batting, you could see some of the balls are coming like low, and guys coming from the Rivers end or the Bangasil end, the ball was just keeping low as much as possible. So once again, good observation from your side, Kengesi, to see the slip fielders and the the ball will go for 4. It went through the slips, which is not a bad thing. It was between Gully and second slip, which is not a bad thing. It's good bowling from Dan Pedersen.
Kirk McKenzie gets his first boundary of the innings. He's on 5 of 7. Dane Patterson firing on all cylinders here. Keeps finding that line, consistent line. And that solid forward defense from McKenzie ends the over. The score is 6 for 1 after 3. The Windies need 390 and 38. SAA declared on 297 for 4. Keegan Peterson 112. Brilliant innings, faultless innings, with some truly magnificent shots. As we see Rowan de Swart running in. Played with soft hands. Through the slips in the gully. Goes for 4. Soft hands from Zachary McKenzie. 10 for 1. Rowan de Swart won't be discouraged by that. He'll try and keep bowling at that same line.
As I've mentioned as well, I think they don't have any problem with when the ball is carrying down the between gully and stuff. I mean, that shows that the guys are just having a good plan and the right plan. At the moment, SAA, they've got 1 slip, which is second slip, and then they've got a gully there, and they've got point, Zondo, cover, and mid-off. They've got a 5-4 field.
Easy one for the West Indies. McKenzie closing the face of the bat very late to get the ball to go to the backward square area. Very interesting to see how the SAA team will set their fielding positions for the two players, for Mackenzie and McKeskey. McKeskey, the left-hander, has two slips in place for him and a very distant fourth slip. Ooh, takes him on.
One bounce, 2 bounces, and 4 runs. Unlucky there for the Swart. He just came around the wicket to the left-handed batter, and then he just hit him for 4, and then he just lifted up nicely. 1 bounce, 2 bounce, and 4 runs.
Ooh. Well played from Mackenzie. Gets through for 2. Just placed that ball, guided that ball through the slips to the third man area. Played it with soft hands and played it very late too on the offside. Good over for the Windies. 11 runs coming off it. Rowan de Swart moving his slip fielders around. Oh! The umpire says it's a pad. The umpire says it hit the pad. The SAA fielders get up and continue with their day. No one is complaining.
Yo.
To be fair, that ball was dying as it was coming to Clyde 14, suggesting that it had only hit the pad and not the bat. I think that's a very good call from the umpire.
Yeah, so much so. Yeah, I think I think it's a good decision. I think it's a good decision.
It's 4 overs now. The Windies are 17 for 1. Still need 425 runs to win. The wicket of Chandapur, very crucial for South Africa. They would have hoped to end the day with a few wickets down for the Windies. And the Windies, brilliant shot. Punch off the back foot, goes for 4. Bisects the field. Cover and point.
That was a good shot there from the young fellow. And then Mackenzie.
From McKeskey.
McKeskey. A nice punch there through the covers for 4.
It's been a great 7 balls for the Windies. Been able to score 16 runs in 7 balls. And Dane Patterson balls it down 7th stump. Very, very wide, and McKeskey decides not to chase after it.
We're still on load shedding at Buffalo Park, East London. McKeskey drives the ball straight to point, where Kai Zondo is fielding. And then he just settled the ball in his hands and back to the bowler. Still the 5-4 field. And he's got a short mid wicket now. And then mid on square leg, and he's got a fine leg there as well. He drives that one, and good fielding from the cover's point of view. Good bowling from Dan Peterson. He bowled to McCaskey there for defense and no run. Twenty-one for one. Target is 442. 21 for 1. That's West Indies A side. As I mentioned earlier on, I think what South Africa was planning to do is to bowl Dan Pitt earlier on, and which they did. I think it's the sixth over. They're introducing him now because he did trouble the West Indian guys. And Dan Pitt is on the attack now. He's bowling from the graveyard end.
Dane Pete to Kirk McKenzie. Dane Pete coming on so early on in the innings in the sixth over would tell you that the captain Neil Brandt trusts him. And that's why. Manages to find that line just outside off stump, and it turns away from him. Commits himself to the block, finds the outside edge, but it goes past the slip fielder, and they run through for 2. Tony DeZorzi standing at 45 on the offside. I was moving on to third man straight. Blocks again. Kaya Zondo at short leg. Quick with his reflexes, gets to that ball very quickly. Neil Brandt trusts his main spinner. He's finding some turn with a very new ball, a 5 over old ball, but it's turning. Massive turn. Hitting the skid marks, hitting the foot marks there. Ooh. The SA captain putting himself at second slip. He can see that the prodigious turn is there. McKenzie survives that over. The Windies now 23 for 1 after 6 overs. 23 for 1 after 6 overs. They still need 419 to win. It's a massive, massive, massive target. Dane Patterson bowling the way he is. And Dane Beat finding turn with a new ball. Dane Patterson to continue from the Bunkers Hill end. Oh, brilliant shot. Well fielded by Reynard van Tonder. At cover. SAA fielders understanding that they are defending a big total, but it doesn't mean they can be complacent. The Windies need to work for every run that they get. Ooh! That was close.
Come back.
As Dare is saying, it came back. Ball that fourth stump line. Dane Patterson. Been immaculate this entire game. Hasn't strayed. Ooh. Straight. Well defended by Zachary McKeskey. Playing with a straight bat. There did McKeskey. It's very important to play with a straight bat. Respecting the new ball. Solid forward defense. Reynard van Tonder covers the ground, moving from extra cover to cover. After a very good 2 overs for the Windies, the third and the fourth, they've been kept quiet in the next 3. South Africa getting their bearings in order.
23 for 1. 23 for 1 in 6.4 overs. Dan Pitt coming. Oh! A little bit of some inside edge there to the pad. Otherwise, if there was no inside edge, he was stone dead. McKeskey on turn. McKenzie on 13. West Indies chasing 442 runs to win in the second 4-day cricket, and they've started just I think on Tuesday. Woo! Around came back nicely. I think Dan Peterson has been bowling nicely, cutting the ball back, swinging away. At the moment, at taking tea, and they'll be back probably in 20 minutes time, and the score is 23 for 1 after 7 overs, chasing a target of 442 runs. We're still on load shedding. I think it will be back at about 3 o'clock. At the moment, we're probably 15 minutes before the load shedding ends.
And we're back on the way in the second unofficial test between the West Indies A and South Africa A. Dane Pete getting us off. Oh, Kirk McKenzie greets everyone with a massive 4, 1 bounce 4. He had the best tee of all. Okay. Is that a signal of intention from the West Indies? Kirk McKenzie, calm as you like, cool as you like. Oh, leaves that one. Well played from Kirk McKenzie. Dane Pete under pressure immediately. Mihlali Mpongwana standing at long off. Dane Patterson at mid on. The risk wasn't there because it was hitting to long on. And he defends that one solidly on the front foot. Goes to the SAA captain, Neil Brandt, standing at short cover. Oh, Dane Pete showing some variation. And that was the one that turned. He bowled one that went straight on, and now he just bowled one that turned. Oh, straight through his defenses. Dane Pete. A marvelous show of off-spinning here. Kirk McKenzie. Baffled. Dane Pete showing all his variations. One that went straight, one that turned, and the one that went straight again. Kirk McKenzie just couldn't pick it. The Windies are 27 for 2. Dane Pete picking up where he left off in the first innings, where he got a 5 for 28 in 12.2 overs. Getting the wicket of the dangerous Kirk McKenzie. The left-handed batsman has been dealt with. And that brings Kevin Hodge onto the crease for the West Indies. The West Indies in trouble now, 27 for 2 after 7.5 overs. Dane Pete, as we said before, picking up where he left off in the first innings. 6 wickets in the match for him now, having gone for 4 in his first ball of this session. Just found a way to bamboozle Kirk McKenzie. Asking for a leg stump guard. Middle stump guard. Hodge, first ball. Oh, allows it to turn. Turns a long way to end the over from Dane Pete. Successful one for South Africa. Started with a 4, ended off positively. 27 for 2 after 8. Dane Patterson bowled brilliantly in his opening spell. Just before tea. It's a post-tea session. South Africa would have been hoping to get a wicket in the first 5 overs, but now they've got it in the first 1 in the first over. Tantalizing stuff. Oh. Good line, good length from Dane Patterson. Zachary McKiskey played well in the first innings. Looking good so far. The players are back on the field. Electricity is back. Ooh. Dane Patterson just finding the right line and the right length. Extracting bounce off the pitch where everyone else doesn't seem to be finding it. It wouldn't take a lot for one of those balls to just skim the bails off. Ooh. Dane Patterson. The outside edge isn't far away.
At the moment, the SAA is doing well. You can hear the O's and Ows. Dan Patterson is hitting the ball nicely, hitting the deck nicely. He's doing well with his ball.
Quick single for the West Indies. Tony Dizozi comes off from mid-off. Tries to cut around, but they get the one. And McKiskey manages to get off strike. Gets Hodge to face the last two deliveries of the over. He's only faced one yet. He's only faced one so far. Oh, Dane Patterson continues to find the right line and length. Finds the outside edge. Goes through the slips. No one at third man. Goes for 4. Wendy's 32 for 2. One ball to go in this over. Keegan Peterson. Ruan de Swart. The two trusted slip fielders. Ruan de Swart standing at a short gully. Ooh. Swinging it both ways as Dane Patterson. Just to end the over, the score is 32 for 2 after 8.5. West Indies. Target 442. Zachary McKiskey, as we've mentioned before, he played a very good innings in the first innings. Covers that ball at mid-wicket.
Sometimes it's good to have a spinner in a team, 2 spinners in a team. Oh! Inside edge.
At the bottom of the bat.
Oh, man. Oh, it's good to have a off spin bowler or left arm orthodox in a team so that the goals can bowl. Everything is fine. All right. Last ball of an over. Dan Peterson is bowling in the 11th over, coming from the Bangashill end. West Indies have been struggling, and I think in the first innings, SAA has been dominating at the moment with the bat and the ball, with Keegan Peterson scoring a half a century, 112 not out, and they declared Oh, good ball. I think it's a little bit uppish. I think. And that's over. Now on my side, guys, I've got Neville Holmes, who's teaching at Buffalo Flats. I think he's here at Buffalo Flats Primary. Neville Holmes is a level 3 coach. He's been doing well at Buffalo Buffy's. I know he's at the Parkside Primary School, but he's at Buffy's. And he's part and parcel of the United Cricket, and Neville has been instrumental in making sure that he's doing the development in the region there. And Neville, just a quick one, man. I know you've been here at this game whereby you're witnessing West Indies A and against SAA, and how do you see SA winning here, or SA playing here?
Hi Raymond boy, thanks for the opportunity. Yeah, I think it's the West Indies need to show some fighting qualities here, because they behind the 8 ball here. They 35 for 2 at the moment, chasing a mammoth target of 442, and with another day to go, another session to go, they're facing an uphill task here. So it's all systems go for the SAA team with the experience. Dane Pitt turning the ball square here at Buffalo Park on the 3rd day, and the experienced Dane Peterson on the other side as well.
I know you've been involved with the development of the young cricketers in the region, especially East London, and I know we've been having a nice boost from Mercedes-Benz. I think it was on the 19th and 20th, I think of 19th and 18th and 19th of September. And how do you see Mercedes-Benz coming back to the regions? I mean, they've sponsored some nice donation to Buffalo Flats and Mdantsane. As I know you've been having a love and a passion about those young fellows, developing them into the great stuff.
Now it's huge with Mercedes-Benz on board again. I clearly remember when Unity started in 1991. They were with the sponsor here. It was Border Cricket then. It's in Yatia at the moment, but they did excellent job in the past, and it's very nice to hear that they're back on board now with their sponsorship. As we know, Mercedes-Benz is global. Nothing better than driving a Merc around. So I was at a festival myself in Buffalo Flats, and there were lots of talent there from the youngsters. You can pick up the talent clearly there. So it can only be positive when companies like Mercedes-Benz, which is a huge brand globally, to be involved again at Inyati Cricket, and as they call it in the past, Border Cricket.
Yes, Neville, I think you've got some nice icons from that area, and some nice cricketers who've been coming. Like I know Lundi Mbane is in Pretoria now playing for SA, a team, over 40 team veterans, and I think he's been cleaning the guys up. He's been doing well. I think they played well against Namibia and Zimbabwe, and tomorrow they're playing a final. I know today they're playing against the invitation team. Lundi Mbane coming from Greenpoint. How proud are you for his efforts in the veterans cricket?
Very much proud with Lundi Mbane. I'm quite aware he was at Greenpoint High School, which was strong in the past with them being present. Kadusha is another one, I think, who's involved with them in Mpumalanga cricket. Am I right, Ray? Yes. So it's Lundi is played for Willows locally, of course, obviously for Border as well, and the Warriors as well in the shorter format. So I'm not surprised Lundi is doing well at the moment, because he's still got those excellent skills which you're quite aware of, Ray. So it's good. And I think Pedro Martin was the coach when Lundi was there at Greenpoint High, and so hopefully those times will come back again in our areas.
And indeed. I mean, with the Mercedes-Benz coming on board, and it will boost our development of cricket in that region. And once again, good ball from Dan Pitt. And to coach education, to have a chat to you about coach education. I mean, if I can count, there are probably more than 7 players, so 7 coaches with level 3 in Buffalo Flats. And I think there's no other, I mean, in the border region, you'll never see an area like that having good coaches. I think it's Neville Harms with level 3, Noel Barrell, Eugene Adams, I think Kiran Bana as well. There are lots of those guys. And I mean, in the olden days, we had Mr. Chris Kalu, who've been instrumental in making sure that you guys are getting qualified. We've been there. I mean, we've got the likes of Batin Devet, who's the coach at the Forte, and we've got Layden Hamid, who's been involved as well with the CSA under 19s and stuff. So I think you guys had a good background and a good legends in this. I mean, Mr. Hamid, I mean, the Hamid's family have been instrumental there, and the other legends of cricket, Mr. Lazarus, who's been involved in Empires. I think he's been instrumental as well in making sure that their empires were developed. So, what can you say about those legends and those icons there?
Yeah, you mentioned a few names there. In cricket, we have got a rich tradition in our communities in cricket, which started in the 60s and the 70s. I obviously came on board in the early 80s. And we had strong teams, provincial teams over the years. I'm talking now SACOS days, pre-unity days, yeah. But you forgot to mention Frank Plaikis, who's a level 4 coach. Yeah, he's doing wonders. Frank Plaikis and Anton Hartnik also is Anton Hartnik is back again in the Inyati setup now with on the selecting side, selecting teams. So there's quite a few names you missed out there, but we do have a rich tradition when it comes to cricket in the border area. I'm talking especially now when we talk about the colored areas, black and colors, SACOS days and Indians. But that was the days, but now we're fully into unity. Things are going well, and there was a little bit of a dip in the past, but I think we're moving in the right direction now with sponsors coming on board. And cricket is a very expensive game, you understand, if you need to compare to games like soccer. But we do need equipment as well, you know, especially I'm involved at Parkside Primary, and it's an expensive game. We do need support. We do have fundraising efforts, not only my school, other schools as well in our areas. But with we on board, Inyati on board, development on board, well, we can only go one way, which is up.
Yeah, thanks, Neville. I think, as you mentioned, I missed out some names. There are lots of level 3 coaches there, and that shows that Buffalo Flats is rich in cricket all around. I mean, there are good administrators there, there are good coaches there, there are good players. And once again, it's a good thing to have people like you and people like other guys, Frank Plachis, Anton Hartnik, and all those guys who've been doing well in cricket, and good administrators as well. And I think as well, I mean, your involvement there, okay, and your development of cricket there. I mean, you still remember in the days whereby you used to have mini cricket played at with Mr. Fortune doing that, Stuart Fortune doing it at before the border games. It was lovely. It was great, and I think if you can go back there, I mean, that's where you can pick up and unearth talent in the regions. And we're really chuffed and happy for your efforts and for your support at Buffalo Flats. Thank you very much for coming around just to have an interview with you, Nav, and thanks very much, and keep up the good work.
Thanks, Brother Raymond Boy. If I have to talk about you've been here since Unity in 91, and since those days you've done an excellent job over the years, and I'm happy to see you still involved in cricket, because I think cricket is your life, just like me. We love sport, both of us. And when we always get together, cricket brings us together, right? We don't know each other's backgrounds, but through cricket we can chat about it and laugh about it, and that's where friendships come from, through the beautiful game of cricket. thanks once again for this opportunity, Tare.
No problem. Thanks, Nev. And once again, I mean, we played together in the field. You find out you had one or two arguments on the field, but coming out, you'll drink together, chat together, and we make friends. That's what cricket is all about. To make friends, to make sure after the game we hug each other, chat to each other, and thanks very much for your time.
Pleasure, Ray.
Sure. Thanks. 36 for 2, 36 for 2. 36 for 2 after 14 overs. Target 442. Mackenzie and Hodge. Mackenzie 11 and Hodge on 7. Dan Peterson is coming from the Pangasil end and has been doing well. And alongside with me, ladies and gents, I've got Mr. Rowan Richards. If I can have a chat about Rowan Richards as well. Rowan Richards has been a player at Border Cricket. He started with all the age group teams, and then from there he made the academy side, and then from there got a scholarship because he was playing academy. Got a scholarship in UWC, did well, got his degree, and he was seen there at the Varsity Week, whereby he was taken to Titans. I'm glad to be one part and parcel of the jigsaw for the coaches, because the coaches were they did something to Rowan, and I was fortunate to be phoned by Rowan and say he's been asking me what must he do and all those kind of things. I was fortunate to be the one who's been advising him in the right direction, and we've got him next to me. Good afternoon, Rowie.
Hi, good afternoon, Tare. Thanks for the lovely introduction there. I know I can see you smiling here. I see South Africa's on top here. Obviously been watching some quality cricket over the last 3 days. Guys have been toiling away nicely now. 2 wickets down for 36 runs. And Dane Pitt and Dane Peterson operating nicely here.
Rowie, I've started with you, and at the moment you are the assistant coach for the Nyati, and Tumelo is the head coach. And I've seen some of the youngsters coming to watch. I've seen some of the Nyati players come to watch. What makes this, or what is the whole thing that struck on you when you see these young fellows coming and watch cricket?
Yeah, Tare, I think it's important for guys to watch the game. I think majority of our boys here that's part of the under 16s and the Coke side that's traveling to various national weeks next week are here to watch, and I've asked a couple of questions, posed a couple of questions to some of them in terms of what they seeing, what they observed, and it's quite interesting the feedback you get from these youngsters. Just watching how Keegan Peterson earlier scored a ton, and just how he constructed his innings, the calmness, the way he went about his business, and just how he batted well session by session. So that was good to see and to hear from young cricketers that aspire to obviously play here in the setups. It's good to see and hear how they observe and what outcomes they get from games like this.
No, thank you, Rowie. And I've seen even your Nyati players coming through Nasi and watching and enjoying all over. Yeah, I mean all the youngsters, Kwababa and all those guys, Little Sizani coming to watch, and it was interesting to see those guys. And once again, you mentioned Dan Peterson's batting. He was outstanding, scoring 112 not out, and he batted well without any chance, and it's good to see that. And then Ravi, coming to the pitch now, I know it's the third day of the game, and I know this side it was keeping low. And what do you think about the result? I mean, what do you see from your speculations about what might come up in the game?
Tare, just what I've noticed over the last couple of days, I think the wicket has played fairly well. I think guys, South Africa put themselves in a very good position yesterday, the way they bowled. Heads off to Dane Pid for the 5 he took. I think spin, obviously, on day 3 and 4, spin plays a massive role here. And it just showed yesterday the way he bowled when he took that 5. It put them in a very good position to boss the game. And I think also the way they batted this morning, how they constructed the innings, and posting a total for West Indies, which is 4-2. And there's enough time. Look, there's the session today, and then there's obviously 3 more sessions tomorrow to wrap up the game. The way they're bowling now, spin from the one side and just operating seam from the Bunkers Hill end, it's just making sure that they keep the West Indies batters in check. Dane Peterson been operating well from the one side, and then Dane Pid coming from the graveyard end. At the moment, they're bowling very well in a partnership.
Thanks, Robbie, for that insight. And now I know you've been back from Queen's College. You've been the Focus School head coach, pro coach, and you've been doing well at the school. And CSA has been brilliant on the border cricket in making sure they employed you. I think you had Oz at Dale College, and you had 1 or 2 guys. And I know you've left there, now you came back this side, and now you're part and parcel of the United Cricket as well. I believe you guys have had a great AGM, and in that AGM you're part and parcel of the whole not the structure whereby you guys you assisting the guys as coaching and all those kind of things. What can you tell me about your United Cricket there, that side?
Yes, Mr. Ray. I think it's important that we keep investing our time and efforts into the pipeline. Giving back to our communities is very important. I think pipeline is where you start to develop your future Proteas. Whether it's women, whether it's men, that's where they come from. It's important that we don't neglect our pipeline. That's where we build strong foundations for our boys, and then that's where we implement the fundamentals as well. And it's important that we keep investing our times and efforts in making sure that the pipeline is well looked after, especially in the border region where cricket is a very rich history in terms of the game. Buffalo Park has been around for 125 years, and the history behind this wonderful place is immaculate, and volume speaks for themselves. Is if you look at the players that has been produced over the years through this great institution, which we call the home of cricket to border.
Yes. Thank you, Robbie. For the info. You mentioned giving back to the community, which is a great thing. And I heard you as well that you've been like the motivational speaker to some of the areas in Buffalo Flats, which has been great. And I know you as a good speaker who can motivate the youngsters. And I was just thinking of maybe one of these days with the under 16s or the under 19s, if you can maybe have a chat to them before they leave or for the national weeks, just to tell them what is expected of them going to the week. And I know they're playing 50-over game at the moment, and then the ladies cricket or the girls cricket 16 and 19, they'll be playing two T20s and some 3 50-over games. I would love you to come and motivate those kids. How is that your motivational speakers space going for you?
I think, Mr. Ray, it's important that you keep motivating and making young kids and young individuals aware the importance that sport play in young people's lives. I know schools obviously promote the holistic development of young kids, which is their social development, educational background, and also sport that plays a massive role in the development of young kids. And for me, it's important that we keep encouraging our youngsters and keep motivating them to participate in sport as much as they can, which is nice that Cricket South Africa has created that platform for our youngsters to get an opportunity from mini cricket, introduction to hardball, all the way to SA Under 19.
Indeed, Ravi, thanks a lot for that insight as well, and your motivation to those young fellows. I think it's like you having a chat to the guys in Buffalo Flats, because I mean one thing or one sentence on your motivational talk, I mean it can maybe take one person out of these drugs in the area, because I mean. In the capping function there will be a motivational speaker as well, but at the start of the same it would be great for me to invite you to come and chat to the under 16 boys and the under 19 boys, so that when they go to the week they know that they have to be away from these drugs and stuff, and make sure they're doing a great thing of playing a game of cricket in their space.
Definitely, Mr. Boy. I think we can't shy away from the reality and what society has portrayed us to be. But again, if we go back to what I said earlier, is the most important thing is let the important things be the important things. I think it's important for young kids to get an education, to go to school, get their learnings, play sport, and get a good solid foundation through these healthy programs that will set them out for life. I think that's life lessons you've learned over the years. When I look back at when I was at school, the motivation I had, because there was a lot of influential individuals that I could look up to, I could get information from, I could speak to. I think what we need is more of those individuals in our system to make sure that we keep our youngsters in check, to make sure that we keep our youngsters on the right track, and to make sure we keep motivating them to be the best version of themselves they can be.
No, spot on, Ravi. Thanks a lot for that, man, Ravi. And I just want to thank you very much for giving your time. I know you guys are got a busy schedule. You guys are preparing for probably some of the batting camps and stuff like that. And I just want to thank you very much, and to thank Mr. the CEO of Border Cricket, Mr. Rampela, Ompile Ramela, from making sure that we're getting these guys like Rowan Richards, Tumelo, and Shannon Graham to be part and parcel of our coaching structure. We just want to thank the board as well, under the leadership of Mr. Sempiwe Nzunzu, who's been instrumental in making sure that they're doing all the great policies for border cricket, and to the selection panel as well, both the Colts and the Nyati as well. We just want to thank you, Ravi, for your efforts and for your contribution. Well done once again, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Sir Ray. Let's keep enjoying this lovely brand of cricket South Africa is playing here. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ravi. You're a star, my bro. Oh, man. 49 for 2. 49 for 2 after 17.1 overs. And that's West Indies A side versus SAA side. Dan Pitt operating from the graveyard end. He's still bowling nicely with Dan Peterson from the Pancras Hill end. It's a lovely chase. And from Moreka, I think they settled for 3. Hodge and gone to 14, and Mackenzie gone to 20. So these guys are still doing well. They've got 50 runs now, and they still need probably another 300 and something to win. And South Africa A is still doing well, and that's a nice sweep as well from Hodge, I think, or from Mackenzie. That's 4 runs. I think Dan Pitt at this stage, I think as from yesterday he bowled extremely well. whereby he was hitting right areas outside of stump. These guys are trying to attack him now and making sure that he's not settling Nasi. Another good shot through the covers for 4. That's Makasi got he swept 1 for 4, and then he just hit a nice one through the covers for 4, and then the score went to 60 for 2 after 17.4 overs. 2 balls to go for Dan Pitt. Swept again, and I think if he missed that one, and he'll be gone. Dan Pitt has to be patient, and that's the key of the game at this stage. Because if you're not patient in this game, you won't be rewarded. But if you're patient, you'll be rewarded. Just said that the thing they're going to go for 2, and at least he's safe. He's safe. I think they've done good run between wickets, and they went for 2. Makasi on 30, Hodge on 14, 62 for 2, 62 for 2 after 18 overs. Change of bowling. Moreki was coming for the. For the second. He's coming from the second over. Moreki. Moreki runs into the ball, and the young Hodge just plucked the ball. It's a point, and they run. They go for a single. There's a deep backward point, and I think they got a 5-4 field again. Offside field, and then 4 on the leg side, whereby they got two gullies. I think 2 gullies covers mid off, and they got a deep point, and then mid on, mid wicket, short mid wicket. That was a no ball. Ball cut back Nasi, and I think there was a no ball there. Moreki being naughty, and he's got a square leg as well. Short mid wicket. Just to test the guys how they're going to be shaping on this on his bowling. Dizozi is strolling Nasi there in mid off, waiting for what can actually come to his area. Good ball, Moreki. Well, forward defense for no wicket. No run. Forward defense and no run. Good ball from Moreki. He bowled Nasi. and the bowling. He's bowling nice lines and length, and then there was a nice chat in the middle, whereby Hodge is chatting to Mackenzie and saying, "Listen, stop flashing outside the offside off stump, and just wait for him to come to you."
Abi for hospital. I don't know. It's all I don't care. All I do.
64 for 2, 64 for 2 after 18 overs. 64 for 2.
That's the B. The B. Even the biggest and what beer ko kaya. Kaya kasta ko kung beer as beer. As beer. Itig ba Malika also? Malika. Paro to Paco. Malika. Kanila baga. Mas light lang eh. Kanila. Two. Alay beer ko ato loob jawla.
Thank you very much, Dare. Taking over from the very capable hands of Raymond Boy, about to have the immaculate, articulate Viwe Tongo, coach of the very prestigious East London High School called Hudson Park. Shongo Tongo will want to share his expertise here and understanding of the game and the conditions here in Buffalo Park. Understanding that this is a strip. I've just had a talk with the groundsman Ashley now, that this is a strip that's been rarely used here in East London. It was specially made for this SAA versus West Indies A match. Seems like we're gonna have a drinks break now with the score on 66 for 2. West Indies needing 376 runs. Zachary McKeskey and Kevin Hodge rebuilding the innings for the West Indies, rebuilding the chase after losing 2 wickets early on. Dane Patterson being given a break. Tsipu Moreki coming in the last few overs at the Bunkers Hill end, and Dane Pete continuing, going 1 for 26 in 7 overs. Now it's time to observe the drinks break. Dane Pete's about to continue into his 8th over now. West Indies still on 66 for 2, needing 376 for victory. Would be a massive total to chase. We're about to see the first ball now. After the drinks break, defended well by Kevin Hodge. Quick run taken. Good awareness from Tony Dizorzi, standing at short fine leg to see that the batsman was at the striker's end. Took a long time to take off there and throwing it at the bowler's end, but it was able to make his ground on time. That brings Zachary McKiskey on strike and just nudges it down, and Dane Patterson at mid-off is able to just fill that easily. West Indies showing Dane Pete tremendous respect here. Playing each ball on its merit, no premeditated shots, understanding that they're chasing a big total and it's going to need a partnership from these two. They were the ones in the first innings who brought the West Indies to a very good position. Another shot down the leg side. Dane Pete strays his line, his length, pulls a bit too short, gets punished. No chance for Tony Dizorzi at short fine leg, or Reinhard van Tonder at deep backward square. Goes for 4. Takes the quick single. Brilliant batting from McKiskey. Moves on to 35 for 57 balls. The score is 71 for 2 after 20 overs. Partnership edging ever closer to that 50-run mark. It's on 45 now. Tsepo Moreki to continue from the Bunkers Hill end. Bowled 2 overs so far with venom, with the energy and intensity that the coaches would want. Yes, you're defending a high total, but the coaches want the bowlers to disregard those kinds of things, to just come in with the same energy. Starts off with a bouncer. Umpire immediately calls that a 1 for the over. Just giving him something different to look at. Ably defended by Zachary McKiskey. He's been cool and calm throughout his innings so far. All 59 balls. 60 balls rather. And as I had said just before the drinks break, I'm joined by the immaculate, articulate Viwe Tongu, coach of the prestigious East London High School, which is Hudson Park. He is the head coach of the first team boys there and the head of cricket at the school. As McKiskey guides that ball for 1 to the point boundary. Reinhard van Tonder was quick to get off the mark and throw that ball back to the keeper. Keeps it down to 1. As I was saying, Viwe Tongu joins me. He has a brilliant cricketing brain and a great understanding of the East London conditions, cricketing conditions, so he would be one of the best people to have here on with us to help us explain how the West Indies would want to approach these innings, this fourth innings, and how South Africa would want to close off such innings. Viwe.
Sazan Nqameni, East London, Buffalo Park Stadium, West Indies A versus South Africa A. Sazan Sapa, Lwandle Kodini, the home of cricket, Border Cricket, home that is known for producing a world icon Kodini, Makantini, the likes of Lundimbane, Montezondeki. Yeah, the list goes on, the likes of Rowan Richards. I could go on and on and on. The game situation at the moment, 73 for 2 after 20 overs. West Indies still trailing by 369 runs. It's going to take a real effort from the batters to win this game. Great lines there by Tsepo, Mureki. I'd be interested to see what Mureki would do here, especially with the southwesterly wind blowing so strong. I'd be interested to see if Mureki wouldn't try to go for maybe 1 or 2 bounces in an over to try and encourage the batter to go for that pull shot. Even though he's hitting with the wind, he will still be taking a risk. I'd be encouraged to see him try 1 or 2 things just to see what the batter is going to do.
There he goes, just as you called it, Viwe. Tsepo Mureki tries one of the bounces to end the over. 73 for 2 after 21. He does have protection in those positions, so that if he does bowl that bouncer, he has a square leg and a fine leg in place, so that if the West Indies batsman miscue that ball, it goes straight to the fielder. We've seen it happen once in this game, so who's to say it can't happen again?
Dane Pitt to continue. I'm looking at this field that Dane has got here. And obviously as an off-spin bowler, he's bowling to both right-handers. I'd be encouraged because runs are not a factor in this game. I don't think South Africans are worried about what they concede in an over. So if for example, the man that's at long on, he'd push him to be a mid on and encourage the batter to take the risk of going over the guy. What I'm certain will happen is if he gets 1 or 2 in an over, that's fine, you can push the guy back, but you want to see the batter taking the initiative and taking the risk. Good lines, had a good length.
Captain Neil Brandt has put himself in that short, mid-wicket, very short mid-off, silly mid-off, you'd say, position, which I guess nullifies the need for the shot for the West Indies to play if they wanted to play the ball down the ground on the leg side. Neil Brandt would be the one to cut off that ball. But perhaps taking Mihlali Mbongwana, as you're saying, from long on to mid on, would encourage a false shot out of the West Indies batters. But the Windies themselves understand that they still have a session and an entire day tomorrow to make something of this chase. So taking unnecessary risks for them is not needed. As we see Tsepo Mureki coming off the cover boundary and running all the way across to cut the ball off and keep it down to 2. West Indies 76 for 2. Dane Pitt about to bowl the last ball of this over. Ooh, almost got him there. Kevin Hodge turning his bat too early there, finding a leading edge. West Indies still need 366 to win. South Africa need 8 wickets to level the series. West Indies 366 runs to win the series and make the third match a dead rubber. It's important for the West Indies to win this game because they don't want to let the momentum slip. And it's important for the South Africans to win this game because they want to go into the third game with the momentum and the knowledge that they won the second game and they can come in there being the favorites. But right now, the West Indies are putting up a great fight. It makes for great test cricket, test match cricket. The body language of the South Africans has changed as well. The partnership gets to 50. Well played from McKeskey and Hodge. They held the innings together in the first innings. They're doing it again here in this run chase. Hodge contributing 17 in the partnership and McKeskey contributing 39.
I sincerely hope that the South Africans will not be caught in a position where they'll just go through the motions, having put on a big total for the West Indies, as it often happens in Test cricket. Good shot there by Hodge for no run. So as I was saying, that it'd be interesting to see if the South Africans will not be caught in motions as they've put up a huge total for the West Indies. I'd encourage the likes of Mureki to try and set more attacking fields. Yes, he's got 2 slips, put a guy under the helmet. It may be a flat wicket to try those things, but you still want to catch the batsman in a bit of a doubt.
Yeah, at the moment it seems like the guys are the South Africa A guys have a clear plan, which is to bowl short, because they have a field where there's a mid wicket,
Deep square.
a deep square, and a fine leg. Just encouraging Tsepo Moreki to bowl the short ball, and perhaps if he mistimes it, it goes to that man at mid wicket. But if he connects well, it goes straight to Mihlali Mpongwana or Dane Pete. But Hodge playing for time here, keeping in mind that a draw wouldn't be a bad result for the West Indies, because they'd still have the lead in the series going into the last game in Bloemfontein.
Which is exactly why then the South Africans would be in a position where they would need to push the West Indian batters to go and go for that target with field settings that are more attacking than what we are seeing at the moment.
Tsepo Moreki keeping that aggression. He's been bowling like that all game. Even in the first innings when he was a tad bit expensive, he never lost that ferocity, that venom.
Bowling with high energy and high levels of intensity, which is good to see, especially on day 3 of a 4-day game.
The 30-year-old Tsepo Moreki coming in. Kevin Hodge on strike. Oh, no ball from Moreki. It's not the first one of the day from him. Bit of over-eagerness from Moreki. Can't fault him for that.
Moreki hasn't had a bad domestic season. gangs. If you look at his numbers,
Yeah, you'd like to think that most of these players worked hard to get themselves into this position. I know that a guy like Reynard van Tonder has been starring for his team, and he's gotten this opportunity off the back of that. Dane Patterson, Dane Pete, guys who had given themselves time off from the international scene, but now they're back in the fold and performing admirably. Just to see, just showing that class is permanent. Dane Pete hasn't been back for long. It's been a couple of months, but he's already in the SAA squad, SAA setup, fighting for that place in the Proteas team. Tsepo Moreki, experienced now. He's not a youngster anymore. Too short again from Dane Pete. Hit in front of square now. But Reynard van Tonder has been covering that space. Went all the way from deep square to deep mid wicket in a short space of time and saves 2 runs. Standing outside of stump. Oh, bounces short. Dane Pete with the one that doesn't turn. Zachary McKeskey playing for the turn. Keegan Peterson perhaps caught on his heels there. Or maybe it was too high up. McKeskey showing his composure, nudges the next one to the point boundary. Mhlali Mpongwana moves from cover to point very quickly.
I'd be very interested to see if Dane Pitt would come around the wicket, take the guy that's at 45 and put him at leg slip, have the guy under the helmet and push Tizosi up from long on to mid on. That would be a really attacking field. And try and encourage the West Indian batters to really try and hit him over Tizosi at mid on.
You would think that a player like Dane Pete knows his preferred field, and Tizosi almost did what you asked of him there. It looked like he was moving to mid-on as the over comes to an end. West Indies 85 for 2 of 24, chasing 442, 356 runs in arrears. Tsepo Moreki to continue from the bunker's hill end. Interesting that we haven't seen Mhlali Mpongwana come in yet. 24 overs in. Dane Pete came on in the 6th over and was able to extract some turn off of this pitch. He's been bowling from the same end the entire game. Kevin Sinclair was able to find some turn in that from the graveyard end. Tsepo Moreki continuing with 2 slip fielders. Keegan Peterson standing at 2nd slip. Rowan de Swart at 3rd. Reynard van Tonder at point. Kaya Zondo at cover. Tony Tizosi at mid-off. The skipper. Standing at mid wicket, Dane Patterson. At mid on, Mpongwana. Standing at deep square leg, Dane Pete. Fine leg. Oh, castles him. Off stump. Gone. Kevin Hodge. It's the one that kept low. Playing for length. Disheartening for the West Indies. Solid partnership comes to an end. Tsepo Moreki gets the breakthrough.
Again, it goes back to what I said earlier on with the field setting, having a deep square leg. You sort of catch the batter in two minds. He's expecting that short one to come at any given time. And if you saw there wasn't much foot movement from Hodge. He was caught in the crease there.
This is exactly what happened in the first innings to the West Indies. Kevin Hodge and Zachary McKiskey rebuilt the innings, put themselves in a very good position, and then when Kevin Hodge lost his wicket, they found it very difficult to rebuild after that. Tevin Imlach comes on. He was able to withstand the best of the South African bowling attack, but unfortunately he wasn't able to convert his good start in the first innings. He'll be hoping for so much more. The West Indies need him to stay in there and provide assistance, support to Zachary McKiskey. Things have tensed up here at Buffalo Park. West Indies, just as they were getting their foot into the game, South Africa come in and stomp it away.
Kevin Imlach, the new batter, with Tsepo Moreki to continue. After 4.2 overs, Moreki has gone for 11 runs with just the one wicket he just got. This is exactly the time where the South Africans would try and have more attacking fields, especially to the new batter. Try all sorts of things.
Tsepo Moreki starts with a very full ball. Tevin Imlach showing his intent, driving it straight back at him. Tsepo Moreki, agile, quick, takes the ball, marches back to his place, to his run-up. That wicket changes the complexion of the game. 86 for 2. Sounds good, but 86 for 3. Oh, good line from Tsepo Moreki. He's fired up now. 2 more balls to go in this over. Tevin Imlach checking his bat. It's great that Tsepo Moreki has changed the field for the new batsman. I felt that the West Indies in the first innings missed a trick when Kaya Zondo had just come in, and they kept the fielders out on the boundary as if they were bowling to the attacking, destructive Keegan Peterson. So now the South Africans have brought in Mihlali Mpongwana from the... That was very close. It's extremely tight. Batsmen call that a good leave.
Indeed. If it doesn't hit the stumps, it's a good
Come
leave.
on. Come on.
Very interesting that I've noted about 2 or 3 balls from the Bunkers Hill end where Mureki is bowling. 2 or 3 balls have kept low in the past 3 overs or so that he's bowled.
Tsepo Moreki was steaming in there to end the over. 86 for 3, 25 overs gone. West Indies chasing 442, 356 to win. South Africa looking to level the series.
Must say I've been very impressed with Tsepo Moreki. He's been bowling with real energy, real intensity. He's been running in. You wouldn't say we're on day 3 of this 4-day test match.
Oh yes, fitness hasn't been a factor for these players. Extremely well conditioned. You have to applaud respective management teams for making sure that the players they've chosen are up to standard. Now the skipper. Left arm spin of the skipper Neil Brandt. Bringing himself on. Different variation to Dane Pete. Perhaps giving Dane Pete a bit of a break. Or maybe someone needs to change ends. Oh, starts off with a slow, loopy one. Zachary McKeskey, wise to it. Just puts his bat there. There's a strong Buffalo Park wind here. Blowing, coming straight from the seas. Neil Brandt bowling wicket to wicket. Imploring Zachary McKeskey to try something. Oh, that was close. That was very close. Clyde Fortain, the wicket keeper. Hands up in the air. He almost dragged it on, trying to go for the sweep. The shot was there. Defends. Packed offside field. Kaya Zondo standing at short cover. Rwante Swart at cover. Ooh. Tony Dizozi at Gully gathers that no chance for a run. The over comes to an end. West Indies strangled. 86 for 3, 26 overs gone. Umpire stretching. It's been a long day. 356 runs to win.
Neil Brandt with a very interesting first over. A really tight first over from him. Perhaps the South Africans trying something different. Ball turning away from the bat. As Tsepo Moreki continues from the Bunkers Hill end. What do you think the mentality of the West Indies, given the current situation? What do you think their mind is at the moment, gangs?
Well, we need to understand that these guys are professional players looking to play for their country at the highest level. They've been put in similar situations before. I know it's not easy doing it when the time comes, but you would think that they've had such discussions in the changing rooms or in the team meetings, telling themselves that whatever the situation, we just play the game the way we're supposed to, play the game on its merit. Now you have a player like Tevin Imlak, who's coming on in such a dire situation, and Tsepo Marek is just steaming in, bowling bouncers like they're nothing, bending his back for his country. Tevin Imlak is telling himself right now that I just need to be there to support my partner, Zachary McKeskey. McKeskey's played a flawless inning so far. Tevin Imlak is saying, let me just stay in here. Take it one ball at a time, one run at a time. Simple as that, because it's test cricket. So now we are being tested. Ooh! But when there are balls like that, it doesn't matter how well you think you are prepared. South Africans, without a first slip in place.
That was a good ball from Tsepo Mureki. One that just tails away from the bat. Tevin Imlak again caught in the crease. No real foot movement. As you rightly said, gangs, that Tevin's mentality would be to stay in there and support Neil McKeskey. Dot ball to finish the over from Tsepo Mureki. Tevin Imlak would really need to take his time to get into the game here and support Zachary McKeskey, who looks set on 42 of 74 balls. Neil Brunt to continue from the graveyard end. Neil Brunt with a shortish delivery. Cut to the boundary and cut off there. By Mihlali Mpongwana. Just for 2 runs. Bowled by Nick Brand. He's going through his over very quickly, is Noel Brandt. A dot ball to finish the over. After 2 overs, Noel Brandt has gone for only 2 runs. Been bowling really tight.
Tsepo Moreki been bouncing the West Indies to death here. He's playing at the Highveld now, perhaps testing it out in the slow moving pitches of Buffalo Park. It's going to be much easier when he's playing for the Lions again, as soon as he gets back to domestic cricket. Here he comes. Oh, straight to the leg side. No chance for the keeper, Clyde 14. That goes for 4 down the leg side boundary. West Indies inching ever closer to that 100-run mark. You now need 346 runs. Test cricket, unforgiving. That goes down as buys. There's no chance there for Clyde 14, but it goes down as buys.
Gee.
Clyde 14 drops a sitter. Tsepo Moreki with the perfect delivery. Tevin Imlach squared up, beaten all ends up. Tsepo Moreki marches back to his... He is not happy, he is not pleased as Tsepo Moreki.
That's what Test cricket is all about. That's exactly what Test cricket is all about. He's been running in with real venom and real energy. And then you get something like that from a keeper. And you ask to come again, running in, stimming in.
It happens. Clyde 14 just had one of those. Otherwise, is an immaculate keeper. It happens. It's been a long day here at Buffalo Park. Perhaps that ball did too much. It seemed like it was going to crash into leg stump, but then it seemed away, and Clyde 14 probably didn't see it coming off the bat.
Again, gangs, it goes back to what I mentioned earlier on when I came on air, that the South Africans must just be careful that they are not caught going through the motions, especially when you're defending a total that's so big that sometimes you'll be caught going through the motions.
Oh, well played. Good stuff from Mihlali Mpongwana, the big man. Took a few seconds to get down, but he eventually got there. Tevin Imlach will feel like he missed out there.
Very interesting ploy again, pushing Mihlali Mpongwana back to deep square leg, alerting the batter that the short one is coming. I just hope it's a dummy. I just hope it's a dummy move.
Ball's back of the length into the ribs. Tevin Imlach safely guides it to the now vacant square leg. Goes through for one. The score is 97-3 after 29 overs. The West Indies. Tevin Imlach given a lifeline by Clyde Fontaine on 4. Captain Neil Brandt continues to give the West Indies a different perspective, something different to look at. Neil Brandt reminding me of the stories I used to hear of Hansi Cronje when it would come on as the captain of the SA team. With his slow medium paces, and he had the knack for picking up key wickets. Perhaps is trying to employ the same strategy as the ball is hit. Punch to the point boundary where Mhlali Mpongwana is. Just keeps it down for one. Doesn't seem to be trying to extract any turn is Neil Brandt. Getting some advice from Kaya Zondo. Kaya Zondo. Puts himself in the line of danger. Well stopped from Neil Brandt of his own bowling. It's also a big unit. Oh, good cut. Straight to the man at the point boundary. Mhlali Mpongwana has been kept busy in the past few overs. Zachary McKeskey idling on 45 of 82 balls. West Indies with the rebuilding mission here. Tevin Imlach given a lifeline. It's the first time that the South Africans had a massive lapse in their fielding in this game. The West Indies will want to capitalize on that. It's well played from Tevin Imlach. Mhlali Mpongwana does the face plant. He's feeling it. He's taking a long time to get up. Misfielded the ball. Landed on his face. It's gone for 4. It would help for the Proteas physio to run around all the way to the cover boundary. The umpires getting a chance to take a break. Would be the perfect time to call drinks now. Mhlali Mpongwana was chasing after that ball admirably from the point boundary to the cover boundary. Managed to get to it. As it was going down, he slipped on the Buffalo Park turf, and his body twisted, and he hit he landed on his face.
As you rightly said there, gangs, it was a really awkward fall from Mpongwana. As you see the South African A physio attending to him, and perhaps an opportunity for 12 men to give instructions from the coaches or from the management staff as to what needs to happen when play resumes. don't think it will be long before we see the introduction of Dane Patterson.
Back from the intermission, Neil Brandt. Oh my God, is almost able to buy a wicket. Tevin Imlach saw a leg side full toss. His eyes lit up. He had the 6 in his mind. Almost got caught by the man at short fine leg. Top edged it. Tsepo Moreki thought he was in the business there. And we finally have an end to that over. The West Indies, 104 for 3. The 4 runs that injured Mihlali Mpongwana brought up the West Indies 100 for 3. There were 102 for 2 in the first innings and capitulated to 154 all out. We've been mentioning that a lot, but we're hoping that they can make more of a match into it. Dane Patterson back into the attack. Tsepo Moreki perhaps needing a rest. But if I was him, I wouldn't want to rest after bowling so well. It's important for the West Indies to see out the day without losing any more wickets. Dane Patterson still finding something from that ball. Finding something out of that pitch. Tsepo Moreki rather. Showed us that there's still something in that pitch coming from the Bunkers Hill end. It's difficult for the fast bowlers when coming from the graveyard end or the Buffalo Park drive end. Everyone inside the circle. Except for Dane Pete. Dane Pete is on the fine leg boundary, very square. Dane Patterson. Just an update on Mihlali Mpongwana. He's been taken for an HIA test. Zubia Hamza has come in his place. Zubia Hamza standing at square leg right next to the umpire, having a good chat there with the umpire. Well played. Good shot for one. Tony Dizorzi decides to keep it safe. Standing at mid-off, cuts all the way across, keeps it down to one. Dane Patterson, 0 for 18 of 8.4. His first spell was amazing. Constantly beat the bat, beat the outside edge, beat the inside edge. Now he's faced with a different task, bowling with an old ball, a ball that's 30 overs old. A ball that's 30 overs old. Tevin Imlach. Tevin Imlach surviving a few nervy moments here in his innings so far. 24 balls, he's got 12 of 24 balls going at 50 per 100. Well played by Tevin Imlach. Resisting the urge to go for that ball. It was wide and full, juicy, but he allowed it to go through. Now he's checking the mark where the ball bounced. Perhaps he saw some uneven bounce there. Maybe the ball popped up more than he was expecting. Neil Brandt persisting with himself. The skipper. Can he effect a breakthrough here for his country, for his team? Kaya Zondo standing at silly mid-off. Tevin Imlach choosing to play with a straight bat. Not trying anything fancy. Zubia Hamza is standing at deep point. And Dane Pete is at long on. A very square long on. Well played by Tevin Imlach. Keeps playing with a straight bat. Playing straight down. Not trying to manipulate the ball into areas that aren't necessary. Waits for that one. Tries to caress it through the offside field. But Rowan de Swart is able to cover from extra cover all the way across point. Good shot. Cuts it to deep point for one. Zubia Hamza. As I'd mentioned, he is the sub. Came on for Mihlali Mpongwana. Mihlali Mpongwana was injured fielding a ball on that very boundary. Well played by Zachary McKeskey, keeping his eye on the ball. And we come to the end of the over. 106 for 3. West Indies trickling down the total. 336 needed. We've got 9 overs left in the day.
Can you see what I said earlier on? I said South Africa can only declare at least before tea or after tea, and then they can just try and knock down some wickets, at least 2 or 3, and if you can look at the scoreboard, that's exactly what I said. And they'll come tomorrow and finish them off.
I wouldn't count the West Indies out yet, Dare. I wouldn't count the West Indies out. These are fighters. They've shown it. You could see in their preparation. They were counted out in the first game. But they made a contest of it until they got themselves in a position where they could win. And when they did, the Buffalo Park crowd hoping for the West Indies to do something miraculous here. Chase down a total of 4-1 or 4-4-2. Dane Pete trying to make sure that doesn't happen. Bowling brilliantly, finding the perfect line for Tevin Imlach. He's living a charmed life. 13 of 31 for a few balls in his 31 balls. He's almost been out. But he isn't. Still in there fighting along with Zachary McKiskey. McKiskey looks like he's playing on a different pitch. He hasn't been troubled this whole time. 85 balls and he's looked immaculate. McKiskey decides to go for it. Good run. Good run. Soft hands from Tevin Imlach. The ball coming into his body. Goes behind square. Zubia Hamza was standing at square. Early call from Zachary McKiskey. Goes through for the 1. Zubia Hamza slightly adjusts himself from square to backward of square. Perhaps with that last run in mind. Ooh! Dane Patterson. Is that a hint of reverse swing? I wonder, Dare. I want you to look at this next ball. Let's see if Dane Patterson is maybe finding some reverse swing. 32 overs into the innings. It's the first time McKiskey looked troubled there. Oh, well played, McKiskey. Chances the arm of Tony Dizorzi at mid-off. Tony Dizorzi decides not to throw it. He just leaned into that one. Beat Kaya Zondo standing at cover. But Tony Dizorzi was able to cut it off. He was standing at mid-off.
No, you're right there, Kangesi. I think Dizorzi was the ball went to his left, and it's difficult for him to go down. He's a tall guy. And once again, you've been saying about Dan Peterson bowling away swing and reverse swing. And I've seen 1 or 2 you spot on there. I think the ball is a little bit reversing there. And he's been hitting right areas all the time.
Edges the ball using soft hands did Tevin Imlach. Rowan de Swart standing at third slip. Managed to get down to his left, to his right rather. Saves the run there to end the over. The score is 108 for 3 after 33 overs. West Indies need 334 to win. South Africa looking for 7 wickets to stay in the series and make it 1-1. West Indies want to seal it in this game. Dane Pete coming back on. Perhaps he feels like he's rested enough. Neil Brunt brings back on his main line spinner, his front line spinner, his main man, the man who's made the biggest difference for South Africa in this game, in the bowling department. And you wonder if South Africa are bringing on Dane Pete, are they feeling as if 3 wickets are enough to end the day? Oh! Kaya Zondo standing at short leg. Takes it on the midriff. Zachary McKeskey went for the sweep. Hit Kaya Zondo flush on the midriff. Kaya Zondo's not even flinching. Is that something you could see as a dropped catch, Terry?
No, it was a difficult catch. And
This time. Off the offside. Kevin Imlach, or Zachary McKeskey rather, gets to his 50 rather unconventionally, fortuitously. Nicks the ball, too wide for first slip, goes all the way for 4. Kevin Imlach congratulates his partner Zachary McKeskey. McKeskey is on 50 of 89 balls. He's having a great game as McKeskey. His second 50 of this game. Keeping the West Indies in it here. Oh, that's gonna be... it's out!
He's out. He's out.
Zachary McKeskey loses his wicket. Misjudged the ball. Tried to sweep it. Oh, that's a tough one to take for the West Indies. You see him practicing it now. He knows he should have just gone to block that ball. Dane Pete, reintroduced into the attack, makes an immediate impact. The West Indies captain, Joshua De Silva, is who we're expecting to come on now. McKeskey, well played, 50. 50 of 80 odd balls. Tried to carry his team, but the weight was a bit too much. Now Joshua De Silva stepping in. Didn't have a good first innings. Oh, McKeskey. That's a tough one to take.
Yeah, I think we cannot give away the fact that SA and SA A side did put Dan Pitt for the reason because he's done well earlier on. For his second spell, didn't do well in the first spell. Second spell, got a wicket straight away. As I mentioned earlier on, Kengesi, I did say if the guys are trying to sweep, it's difficult for you to sweep a straight one. It's easy for you to sweep something outside of stump, fifth stump, fourth stump, which is better. Okay, if you're trying and sweeping the straight one and these kind of wickets like the coastal wickets, definitely you'll get out like you can't believe, because if you miss that ball, you're not playing the ball on the full face of the bat. You're playing it like top of a horizontal shot, which it doesn't give you. It's a risk shot that you play, and unfortunately, McKeskey was out, just getting his 50, and then he was out. On that thing, 112 for 4 after 33.4.
That's a good point that you're making, Tere. When you're playing on coastal pitches, you want to play mostly with a straight bat because the ball doesn't come onto the bat as well as it does when you're playing in the high felt.
Yeah.
Tough lesson to learn for Zachary McKeskey. As Dane Pete offers up a juicy full toss to Joshua De Silva, but De Silva plays it square again to the man at deep square, that's Reynard van Tonder, to bring an end to a successful over for the South Africans. The score is 113 for 4 after 34. West Indies, having lost their set batsman, in a bit of trouble now. 3:29 to win. South Africa, smelling blood. 6 wickets to win. Dane Patterson to continue from the Bunkers Hill end. Dane Pete
Piteous.
standing at fine leg, a very square fine leg. And the Buffalo Park wind coming from the sea. It's a very strong, hats are flying off. Dane Patterson. Oh, that's very close. The umpire, nothing.
Arne Jacobs not interested.
Perhaps Joshua De Silva wasn't expecting that, with only fine leg back on the leg side. And Dane Patterson was telling himself, let me give him something different to look at. A wily old bowler is Dane Patterson, a veteran, experienced. Well played. He's a big unit, is Joshua De Silva. The Trinidadian, Joshua De Silva, the West Indies A captain, 25 years old. A veteran of 22 tests for the West Indies main team. Needs to carry his team on his shoulders, yeah. The wicket-keeper batsman. Ooh!
Yeah.
Brilliant line and length from Dane Patterson. Manages to find the inside edge of Joshua De Silva's bat. It goes all the way through for 4. De Silva not being allowed to settle here. That's exactly the kind of 4 that Dane Patterson would want to concede. The pressure is on here. The West Indies. The West Indies will take the runs in any way that they come. Solid forward defense. Brilliant comeback from Joshua De Silva. Sometimes it's those kinds of shots that feel better than scoring a 4. Dane Patterson coming in, bowling immaculately. Finds the line again. Joshua De Silva manages to get a bat onto it. Inside edge to Zubir Hamza. Hamza's on for Mihlali Mpongwana. Mihlali Mpongwana is off the field. He injured himself.
Tongo.
The over comes to an end. Dane Patterson enjoying a brilliant spell here. West Indies are 117 for 4 after 35. Need 325 runs to win. South Africa in a commanding position. Need 6 wickets to level the series and make the game at Bloemfontein a decider. It's at a point like this that the West Indies need to consider all possible results now. One result being a no result. Hoping for the gods at Buffalo Park to intervene, wash out Death for, or play for a draw. A miraculous effort if they would be able to get a draw here. Tevin Imlach with the responsibility. Dane Pete perhaps being affected by the wind. A strong wind at Buffalo Park. It's singing. Ooh! Dane Pete with the one that keeps going straight. Tevin Imlach playing for the turn. Beating all ends up. Imlach immediately adjusts his guard. Was standing between middle and off. Now is standing outside off to try and negate that turn. Oh, sweeps the ball. A straight ball tries to sweep it. Reynard van Tonder has been immaculate in the boundary on the leg side. Keeps it down to 1.
Dan Pate is steadily doing well, and good ball, and the captain seems to be struggling with Dan Pate coming on and hitting the right areas here at De Silva. He's on 5 off 10. Imlach on 15. I can see he's been trying to sweep as well, and I never enjoy the sweep even when I was a batsman. I enjoy just to lap the ball, which is more a little bit not bad, but a little bit less risky if you lap it before it even bounces, and to sweep with the horizontal bat is not a great thing, but guys are there to make sure that they're getting rounds on the board. Delpit coming, well left, no run. Del Pedersen coming to Del Pedersen coming to Imlach. Imlach not interested, he just let the ball go. Most of our guys, they always like to flash outside of stump, not even waiting for the ball to come. A little bit steady. And he wanted to pull it on back, to run the guy out. Unfortunately, he decided otherwise. 118 for 4 out of 36.2 overs. The target is 442. South Africa in their lead is 441 runs for. Del Peter tried to lift that one up so that he can just test this guy. Imlach jumping up and down there, and he just pushed that one to mid-wicket. With 2 balls to go, and I think the end of play will be probably at about 17:30. End of play will be at least at 17:30. Del Pedersen, he was 11 overs, 24 runs with 1 wicket. The Swart, 2 overs, 13 runs for 1 wicket. Dan Pitt is still on. He bowled 12 overs for 8 runs, doing well, and for 2 wickets. And then the last one, Moreki, 7 overs, 16 runs for only 1 wicket. Lastly, Brandt, 4 overs, 10 runs for no wicket. Pedersen coming, bowling his last ball. 12 overs for 24 runs, doing well. And lastly, 2 runs, 2.0 and over. 118 for 4 after 37 overs, with a partnership of 6. And Del Pitt bowling his 13th over. He's been bowling well, hitting the right areas. It's good bowling. And now De Silva has been struggling with Del Pitt, but he's running. He's doing well. He's doing well there. He's gone. He's gone. De Silva is gone. Ball by Del Pitt. 5 wickets to go. That was brilliant. I've been saying to Kangesi that these guys, Del Pitt is underrated. He's been doing well. I think he's got 3 wickets now. 3 for 48 after 12.2. And he was going to be going for his 5 for again. I know De Silva is unhappy about his wicket, but he's going back to the pavilion. Unhappy man. West Indies need 324 to win. 324 to win. And South Africa A side are looking brilliantly. And coming into bat now is Sinclair, a bowler. He's an off-spin bowler who's been doing well. Sinclair, and I know he's done well up in Pinoni. And this is Buffalo Park coastal pitch, turning a lot, and there's some easterly wind coming from the sea, and it helping the large dip from Dan Pitt side of things. Yeah, it's 118 for 5 after 37 overs. 118 for 5 after 37 overs. Well done to Dan Pitt. Dan Pitt, he got 5 wickets for 28 runs after 12.2 overs in the first innings. He's done well. I think he's doing well this time around as well. I think he can get 5 for AZ. Oh, play enemies. Sinclair. Del Pitt he just let ball nicely. Nice one. Oh, that one there as well. He just he's got hard hands. Forward defense. Oh, he tried to go for it. And good fielding there. Stunning fielding. I don't know who's there, but it was great fielding from that guy at cover. Oh, we tried to sweep that one, and they settle for one. Sinclair running away from Del Pitt and going to the other side. $119 for 5 after 38 overs. $119 for 5 after 38 overs. West Indies are needing 323 runs to win. Oh, change of bowling Brandt. Left arm orthodox. Coming around the wicket to Sinclair. Brandt bowling a nice one. He's bowling his good lines. Length is great. Just inviting this guy to Sinclair to come on. Blocking for defense. 119 for 5. 119 for 5 after 38.3 overs.
Kevin Sinclair goes for a massive 6 over cow. Neil Brandt, the first time he's missed his line, his length. Sinclair capitalizes, goes for a huge 6. Sinclair only knows to bat in one way, and that's aggressive. Uses his aggression every chance he gets. Reminds me of the batters of old. No helmet. Reminds me of the great West Indians. Look at him. Hits a 6, then chills on that bat, leans on it like it's nothing. I heard a story that bat was broken on the first day that they were here at Buffalo Park. It needed some fine-tuning. And he used the services of a local man called Seviano Jason. Jason must be very proud of that bat right now. As Tevin Imlach continues to traddle along. Takes one, Kazondo feels disappointed. It feels like that was a missed opportunity from him. But he's being too hard on himself. Kevin Sinclair. Kevin Sinclair needs to be very careful not to hit against the wind. Oh, well played. Good bowling. Good bowling from Dane Pete.
Sinclair, as you mentioned, is an aggressive player, and I don't think he's going to stay long there with his aggression, because Del Pete is there.
That's it. Reynard van Tonder has been immeasurable in that position today. Kevin Sinclair, 9 of 12. But as Daré has been saying, he doesn't think Kevin Sinclair is going to stay for long because of his aggression. South Africa realizing the dangerous player that Kevin Sinclair is, having Tony de Zorzi at long on, Reynard van Tonder at deep backward square, Dane Patterson between deep point and deep cover, asking Tony de Zorzi to move on to Cow. No, he's not moving on to Cow. He's getting an extra helmet.
He wanted an extra helmet
Getting a helmet
for
is Tony de Zorzi.
that's for Sinclair.
Sinclair, for the first time, batting with a helmet.
Oh,
I don't think
no.
he's gonna put it on.
No.
Oh, it's for Keegan Peterson.
Gee whiz.
Sinclair, staying brave. But he needs to be careful not to hit against the wind with De Zorzi at long on. Oh, takes them on.
You can't see.
One bounce, 4 over the mid-wicket boundary. Kevin Sinclair showing disregard, no regard for a player of Dane Pete's quality. West Indies move on to 132 for 5. 5 wickets down, but not going down without a fight. Reynard van Tonder has moved from deep backward square to deep square. Oh, good bowling. You can see that Kevin Sinclair is not a fan of playing on the offside. And that's the way we end the over. West Indies 133 for 5. Need 309 to win. Improbable. South Africa need 5 wickets to win. But with a player like Tevin Imlach there, nothing is impossible. With a player like Kevin Sinclair there, nothing is impossible. Neil Brandt continuing. Kevin Sinclair playing straight. Trying to play straight. South Africa have Kaya Zondo at mid-on rather. Kevin Sinclair takes an easy one. Tony de Zorzi standing at a short, long off. Reynard van Tonder coming in off the boundary, off the point boundary, to stand at point with Tevin Imlach batting. Everyone comes in except for Dane Patterson at deep backward square.
There is the reason why everybody is coming around the bet is because there are, I think, 7 minutes left of the day, and they just want to put pressure on the guys. They want to come in tomorrow and get probably 4 wickets or so, but that's why they're putting pressure on the bowlers. Another 6-3 field. Offside. Oh.
The South Africans strangling Tevin Imlach, perhaps trying to induce a false shot out of him. With only 1 over left, this over left. 1 ball to go in the day. Kaya Zondo switches from silly point to short leg. Zubia Hamza looks like he's about to switch over to first slip. Keegan Peterson moves from first slip to silly point. They have a silly point and a short leg. All the pressure on Tevin Imlach. Last ball of the day. Deals with it perfectly to end the day. West Indies 134 for 5, 41 overs. South Africa will need to come back on day 4. West Indies will need to survive yet another day. They live to survive yet another day. Umpires taking off the bails. Players trudging off. South Africans will be very happy with their work today. Going into the final day with the West Indies needing 5 wickets, with the South Africa needing 5 wickets to end this game.
134 for 5 after 41 overs. Chasing 442 as a target, and I think there's applause. South African guys applauding Del Pedersen for getting his 112 not out, and he's done extremely well. I think first innings as well, he made 67, and then once again he's done well. We just want to thank the guys who've been having great contribution towards SAA great success, and once again 134 for 5 after 41. That's the West Indies A side, and they will come tomorrow trying to get consolidate or get some nice respective inning. But South African side, they're going to come and come blazing and make sure that they're getting the 5 wickets before the first hour. Now the ball is going to swing a lot earlier on, first hour, and then it's going to stay. I'm telling you, they'll be introducing the spin bowler as far as the before the 10th over, and they'll try and wrap the West Indies batters out. From my side, Kingesi, it was great to be with you, and thanks very much for all your efforts, inspiration, support, and everything. And you've been so great, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Ture. To everyone who was listening, we hope you had a great day and an even better evening. Thank you.